بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بنحييكم يوم السبت 24
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
مايو.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
بنحييكم يوم السبت 24
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
مايو.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
بنحييكم يوم السبت 24 اعتذر عن الإشكال الفني ده. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بنحييكم يوم السبت 24 مايو 2025 من لندن. الساعة الآن في لندن الساعة 11 وتقريبا دقيقتين. فبنقول لكم صباح الخير للناس اللي بيتابعونا الآن وعندهم الدنيا صباح في الخليج العربي والدول العربية ومعظم الأفريكان كانتريز. وبنقول لكم مساء الخير للناس اللي بيتابعونا من يعني just now I have seen welcome دكتور تشيمي from Japan which is late evening, so بنقول لهم برضو good evening للناس البعيدين مننا. وكمان عندنا ناس I think متابعيننا من كندا وامريكا والان الساعه عندهم 6 صباحا. فبنحييكم كلكم. Now I can see Professor Amiro from New Mexico is joining. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I would like to first of all just do some few housekeeping. So we're going to mute everyone during this conference, number one, and we will only open the mic to the speakers and then for question and answer. We will encourage you to write your questions in the chat because you can see we have a lot of fantastic speakers and we really have a restriction on the time. And we need to make sure we really jump from person to person. These people are all over the world. We're going to start from Saudi Arabia, we're going to India, and then we're going to France and so on. It's really a big journey. So we have to make sure we are not giving anyone hard time to follow us. Secondly, we are recording this. And as I said earlier, we will appreciate if, particularly if you are asking a question, is to show your, to come and show your picture as just a matter of appreciation to those speakers. I think it will be very good if people can see you because we will see them. I think in another, in just in return, they should see us. And I have been in many platforms here in London. If you don't open the camera, they operate something we call it safe environment. I think for safe environment purposes, it will be good if we all see each other. But if you want to switch off your camera, that's fine. The second thing, what we will do, this conference is going to be entirely in English. So I'm going to hold for 5 minutes. I will ask for, apologize those who are not speaking Arabic, like Professor Ramiro, Dr. Chimi, Dr. Juliet, and others. For the first 5, give us just 5-7 minutes. We want to speak in Arabic because the biggest audience are Sudanese or speaking Arabic, and then we will switch back to the English and we will follow up the conference. ده المؤتمر يا جماعة الرابع من السلسلة بتاعت مؤتمرات إعادة إعمار السودان المستدام بعد الحرب. بدينا أول واحد كان في جانوري، وقبله في السنين الماضية كان في مؤتمرات، وفي مؤتمرات عن وقف الحرب موجودة كلها، وفي مؤتمرات طويلة عن الدياسبورا اللي هي بتجمع السودانيز اللي هم الخارج. وده المشروع على أساس بديناه وما عايزين نطول لأنه عايزين نكون فعلا اون تايم. لكن في سؤال طوال لحد أمس بيتكرر: يا علام مش انتم المفروض تعملوا مؤتمرات عشان توقفوا الحرب بعدين تجوا للإعمار؟ وانا الإجابة دي جاوبتها واي ويل كونتينيو تو اجاوبها. كنت في البرازيل زمان وفي بيت قالت لي اللي هي كنا في اللجنة التنفيذية بتاعت اتحاد الطلاب الزراعيين وما بعرف شنو، وقاموا وقالوا لنا وسووا المهم انتقادات كثيره. قالت لي علام ما في حل، مرات sometimes you have to answer ما في طريقه. فهسه انا حجاوب والسؤال اللي حساله بكره وبعد بكره حجاوبه برضه. المشروع الاكاديمي ده بس فقط اللي بديناه ده، الناس اللي قدامكم دي كلهم كتبوا جابترات ومنغحه وفيها. يعني امبارح انا شفت التعديلات للمره الرابعه مثلا مشت لدكتور بعد اذنك يا دكتور شاذلي مثلا، لانه الوحيد عشان الواحد يكون صادق مره بتحليل ودقه اكاديميه عاليه جدا، والناس دي كلهم اكاديميين ليدرز يعني. وكمان سعيدين جدا عندنا يعني ناس هايلي بروفيشنال بتاعين ابلكيشنز. يعني هسه جايك الليله الهادي هنود، والاسبوع اللي فات كلمت لكم ساره. يعني حتى عندنا ناس بروفيشنالز مش ما اكاديميين لكن they give us the best of the practical experience. فالمشروع ده حسب ما الناس اللي معايا ساعدوا فينا وناس توب اديتورز وغيره، they said they need 7 months at least عشان نشوف النور منه. 7 شهور عشان نقدر نشوف الاوراق دي طلعت واتنشرت. الموضوع ده لانه هو بابليكيشنز بمستوى عالي. It takes time. يعني لو بكره دي الحرب وقفت في السودان، الثمار بتاعت المشروع ده داير لها 7 مانثs، يعني يمكن نخش في 2026. عشان كده قلنا نسرع، احنا بنحاول دائما نعرف المشكله ونحلها. قلنا نشغل الفيديوهات دي ونعمل المؤتمرات دي عشان يكون في باك اب. يعني هسه لاست ويك الاوراق اللي اتقدمت هسه هي في البايب لاينز، واللي بيتكلموا الليله دي الاوراق في البايب لاينز. يعني انا امبارح شفت في فيدباك على دكتور شاذلي اللي هو حنسمعه الليله. فالتكس تايم، يعني الاعمار الدايرين يحصل في السودان ده الكلام ده ما بالبساطه دي حيحصل، عشان كده لازم نبدا. ولو في طريقه نحن كل اسبوع نعمل مؤتمر حنعمله، لانه دايرين في كثيرين وما شاء الله جي ريسبونس من كل العالم. وانا في حياتي مما ودينا المشروع ده في 2008 قلت لاست ويك وداير اقول الاسبوع ده، ما حصلت نهايه حتى ايام الثوره، والله ما حصلت. ما شفت المهنيين الاكاديميين والبروفيشنال والخبراء دي اول مره اشوفهم they are fighting each other. والله they are fighting each other عشان to come on this platform to talk. وامبارح رسل لي ذول ليدر عديل من اولادنا يعني وشبابنا اللي هم ذا بيست، يعني اكاديميكس في قاعد في الامارات، اللي ماشي مؤتمر في تايلاند، وقال لي انا ما حقدر احضر بكره لكن احضر الجاي وانا اتكلم. قلت له يا دكتور نحن الكلام عندنا لازم يكون عندك ورقه. قال لي ورقه من سكريبت، قال لي حارس. يعني الناس بيجوا فايتنج انه تو هاف سبيس هير. ولو قلت لكم عندنا قريب 70 جابترز ناو بيفاليتوا، صدقوني 70 جابتر الان بيقيموا فيه. احنا بدينا عايزين يكون عندنا 1 بوك، عندنا الان 7 و8، والموضوع لسه ماشي اكثر. لقينا ريسبونس كبير جدا على المؤتمر بتاع الشباب يوم الاسبوع الجاي ده، حيكون فيس تو فيس جوا الجامعه، يعني ده صريحا. فيعني الاعمار ده يا جماعه مش نايم، ما في اعمار بتم بين يوم وليله. دي الاجابه على اللي بنعمل فيه. سكندلي the objective of this conference is to bring the best Sudanese brain. هسه انا in front of me، the first line بس شايفهم قدامي نزار موسى، زول اكسبرت في sustainable development في فنلند. الهادي كدوف حيتكلم لنا عن الليدرشيب والديفلوبمنت، كلام فروم براكتس. هتمشي لدكتور شاذلي من قاعده خرطوم حيتكلموا لنا على الانفايرمنت. دي كلهم بيقودوا مركز معهد. انا قدمت فيه بتذكر دوره زمان المرحوم ابو بكر يا دكتور شاذلي كان المدير بتاع المعهد، معهد الدراسات الانمائيه. ده معهد متخصص جدا على خرطوم. وتمشي هناك عندك دكتور حسن، يعني خبرات ذا بيست اوف سودانيز وي وونت. عزت المبارك هسه ظهر لي برضه على خرطوم. دايرين ندي الناس دي الفرصه تو بي دوكيومنتد وعلمهم اللي عملوه ده عشان يكون جاهز. بعد ده يجي رئيس وزراء يشيله يستفيد منه، يستشيره الحكومه، حيكون جاهز وافيلبل اونلاين، ما داير مننا ولا بيحتاج يجوا لنا. فده الهدف من المؤتمرات دي. وما عندنا اي ريستريكشن على اي شخص. الريستريكشن الوحيد يو هاف تو ديليفر something we can look at it انه it can be. يعني حتى امبارح امس يسترداي ناسلينا وسيده لو موجودين بليز شو اب. يسترداي الجامعه طلبت انه شيخ بابكر حيجي يتكلم يدي محاضره نكست ويك، قالوا دارين الفول تكست. والله العظيم قالوا من غير الفول تكست، قالوا عندهم بيغيموا حتى الريسك. هسيتوا مغيمين كلكم بايزوين، كلكم دي بتتكلموا، حصل لكم ايفالويشن والدوله لو كان كنتوا سبيك. شيخ بابكر حتى الخطبه اللي حيقولها يوم فرايدي رسلها امبارح قريب 8 صفحات. يعني دايرين تو دوكيومنت everything. والغرض انه يكون موجود للسودان ويستفيدوا منه، وهم من ده كله يكون في المكتبات البره. يعني يكون موجود في هارفارد وفي فرنسا وفي المانيا وفي السعوديه. لو اي ذول داير حاجه عن السودان يو ان ولا ايجنسي يلقوا علم كاتبينه السودانيين ديل والنون سودانيين، لكن فوكس وساينتفك. ده الهدف منه كله. انا داير اي وونت ابدا قبل ما تسويتش للانجليزي سريع. كنا عملنا قبل كده مسابقه، قلنا دايرين اي شخص بالذات الشباب، قلنا وفي اول واحده كانت مفتوحه لاي شخص، قلنا لهم عبروا لنا عن افكاركم لمستقبل السودان. وقلنا لهم في الفيرجن الاول ده كده كلمونا ما هو اجمل ما في السودان. يعني المسابقه كانت افضل ما تعرفوا عن السودان عبر لنا عنه في فيديو. والفيديو الفائز هنعرضه لكم الان في ازربيو دكتوره اسمها عنود رشاد من السعوديه، لحد الان ما قابلناها وان شاء الله نكرمها يعني فيس تو فيس. انا حشغله لكم لانه صراحه كل ما نشغله الناس بيقول لي علام ولا خير ما تشغله، لانه مؤلم جدا. هو حقيقه مفرح جدا ما مؤلم جدا، لكن بيذكرنا بانه الناس دي كلها فايتنج واحنا دايرين نرجع السودان ده ليه ودايرين نعمره ثاني ليه. فحشغل الفيديو ده سريع very quick، وبعد كده we start our win. For those in English we just going to play a video for 4 minutes. After that we will kick our conference in English. So this is the last 4 minutes we apologizing for. Now where is the video? So I will share it with you for 4 minutes and then we will be on our way. This is a winning video describing the best of Sudan. This is a competition we have. Maybe there's other many videos better, but this is the one, well, the winning video. الجميل جدا في الفيديو ده انه المسابقه لما اعلناها الدكتوره عنود دي في حسب اخر معلوماتنا عنها ما قابلناها لحد الان، اسمها عنود، قامت دخلت في السوشيال ميديا بتاعتها وقالت رسلت للجروب. شوف الكرياتيفيتي اللي عند الدكتوره دي. رسلت للجروب بتاعها قالت لهم انا مشاركه مع منصه السؤال للمعرفه في مسابقه عن احسن فيديو يعبر عن افضل ما في السودان. وقالت لهم دايره كل واحده منكم، كل واحد منكم، هم معظمهم بنات، يكتب لي يوريني احسن حاجه هو شايفها عن السودان شنو. يعني الكرياتيف ايديا. انا متاكد ناس تيدكس، ناس انور دفع الله، دكتور انور لو متابعنا، الفيديو ده ممكن ياخذ جائزه والله على مستوى العالم جد. يعني في الكرياتيفيتي اوف ميكينج الفيديو ده ما بقى اهم حاجه، الفيديو ده بقت نمبر 1 مهم في السوشيال ميديا. وذا ايديا انها شالت دي ما افكارها هي، دي ال 50 ايدياز جوا من 50 سوداني وسودانيه معظمهم بنات، قال لها دي ما بنشوفه. شوف لما جمعتهم حياتها ما كانت تخطر ببالك عن الحياه دي جمعتها كيف. وطبعا ده قليل من القليل. فناو وي جوينت تو سويتش تو ذا انجلش، وان شاء الله يا عنود احنا وعدناك وعد صادق، وسبحان الله كل ما نمشي السعوديه ربنا يريد ما نقابلك، لكن ان شاء الله نحن خدتنا نيه من قبل كم سنه يعني. ان شاء الله شهر 7 جايين، احتمال الشهر الجاي ما بعرف، لكن نحن لازم نكرمك يا عنود قدام، زي ما عملت بلديه العين. نذكر مثال وليه دايرين نكرمك بالطريقه دي يا عنود. نضرب مثال بانه الثقافه اللي ساعدنا في نشرها دي ذاتها تمام في بلديه العين في الامارات العربيه المتحده. جات حاجه اسمها مشروع من غير ما نطول فيه اسمه فكره. قلنا لو اي ذول، اول الناس اللي كانوا معنا في المشروع قالوا اي ذول مواطن في المدينه دي عنده فكره تطور مدينه العين يجي يقولها للبلديه. وده دايرين نطلقه هسه في ده مشروع اللي حنطلقه، فكره للسودان، نفس الفكره اللي عملناها في بلديه العين دي تطبق على السودان. اي ذول عنده فكره تطور المدينه يجي يديها للبلديه، ناس البلديه طبعا مهندسين ودكاتره وصحه وغيره ينظروا فيها. هسه البلديه هنا الماسكه منهم ناس دكتوره منى عبد العزيز ومياد اللي هم مدراء الصحه، ما هي فيها صحه وزراعه وفي اي شيء. لو لقوا الفكره جميله يجيبوا الشخص ده يدوه مكافاه ماديه وده ما المهم، لكن يكرموه قدام المدينه كلها بتاعته. تخيل تجيبوه قدام اهلك في مدني، في الببيض، في الفاشر، يكرموك يقول لك والله فكرتك دي الخبراء قالوا از جريت ايديا وحنطبقها. يعني التكريم اللي بيدوه للزول انه يطبقوا فكرته ويكرموه قدام اهله، ده اجمل تكريم للموظف. وبعدين عندنا زول اكسبرت هنا الهادي ممكن ياكد على الكلام ده. فاحنا دايرين يا عنود يدخرنا عليك مش لانه قاصدين، لكن لو علينا والله نركب الطياره دي بكره نجيك في الرياض نكرمك في الرياض دي، لكن دايرين نكرمك قدام اهلك ديل اللي انت مشيت تعبتي وعملت الحاجه. نحن دايرين نبدا. We need to start now. الconference is going to start now in English. We're going to switch in English. I apologize for those they will have issues with the English language, but I can assure you why. I would like to explain why. We're doing this for 3 reasons. Number one, we need to have a mix of videos, Arabic and English. All these chapters are written in English. And also number 3, we want to encourage more. We already have a lineup from London School of Economics, one top expert. His entire work, he's an English person, British, is in Sudan. So we want to give the opportunity for those who are researching Sudan. Today we're going to see a talk, research from India about how education is a cornerstone for Sudan. We're going to hear to the last, I think the last talk, because we want, and I can see Professor Ramiro, I really appreciate and I'm very grateful. You are here from the morning. I know in America now will be very early morning. So we want to give an opportunity to those who are not Sudanese and they speak not Arabic to contribute. And these people have written chapters here. And number 3, we want to make sure everything we do here, everyone want to use it. We know that people, they are referring to it. The United Nations look at what we do. I can tell you that with evidence. So we want to make sure we make it much easier to spread this knowledge about Sudan. So it's going to be mixed. That's why we're changing the time. So we're going to start. The first, every speaker will get 10 to 15 minutes. Even the first talk, I am involved in this, although very minimum, but again, even for myself, I'm going to be we're going to be very careful with the time. So we want to start. We're going to start from Saudi Arabia, from Medina Munawwara, and we're going to go to Prince Mugran University. We have an expert there, Dr. Hassan. Let me first unmute him so he will immediately start. So you are Dr. Hassan. You've been made and you are a co-host, so you can unmute yourself, Dr. Hassan. Dr. Hassan is going to talk to us about a very important topic. I personally, not only on this paper, but on other things, I'm going to be very much, anyone who is interested in this area, I will be very much supportive and I will work on this. Very important topic, integrating SDGs principles into the strategic planning of infrastructure development in both South Sudan. they shouldn't have put my picture first because he is the first and he is the main author. I am just really adding, I hope I am adding value. So Dr. Hassan, it's a great pleasure to have you. As I said last time, I will say it again, all the profile of everyone is speaking on this. Actually, by law, by the university, we can't let anyone speak without having his or her bio online accepted. So he's an expert, really. And it will be a pleasure to listen to you. Go ahead, Dr. Hassan, and we all really looking forward to listen to you. Go ahead, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu wa rahmatullah.
You hear me good?
Hear you, we see you, and your slide. If you just tilt the computer a little bit, so yes, no, a little bit. That's it. So go ahead, yeah, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Hassan, and I am Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering at the University of الرسمية, Saudi Arabia. First, I would like to honestly thank the World Association for Sustainable Development, WASD, and Sudan Acknowledged Platform for this opportunity to contribute to the timely, important conference for rebuilding Sudan. This presentation is co-authored by Professor علام and address how Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, can systematically integrate it into strategic planning of post-conflict infrastructure development. This is the outline of our presentations, context and problem statement, and then importance of the strategic planning, guideline infrastructure recovery through SDG, and study objectives, framework for SDG aligned strategic planning, and then discussions, conclusions, and future research discussions. You know that Sudan infrastructure has been seriously damaged by many years of war and political instability. Since 1983, the country has faced many challenges, and things becomes much worse in 2023 when the fighting distributed in many areas in Sudan, including capital city Khartoum. Important infrastructure like electricity, clean water, transport, and healthcare were destroyed. Roads and bridges were damaged. Water stations stopped working, and many power plants were shut down. And due to that, the destruction caused by the conflict, Sudan has deeply affected people's lives. It has disturbed basic service and increased displacement and inequality. Now, millions have been forced to leave their homes, as shown in this image. And many still live without clean water, electricity, or safe shelters. So rebuilding infrastructure is not just about repairing roads and buildings. It is essential of restoring service, helping displaced people return to home, and supporting long-term economic recovery for the entire Sudan nations. Why strategic planning is important? So strategic planning is not only about rebuilding structure, rebuilding roads or bridges. It is about rebuilding trust and unity. Global examples show that planning helps connect short-term recovery to long-term national goals. There are a very good opportunity to link reconstruction Sudan after war with the global sustainable development goals. So SDGs provide a strong roadmap for rebuilding infrastructure in Sudan. And from these 17 goals, the 4 are especially important for the post-war Sudan recovery is clean water and sanitations, affordable and clean energy, SDG number 7, and SDG number 9, industry, innovations and infrastructure, and SDG number 11, sustainable city and community. So by aligning projects with those goals, we can focus on restoring basic service, supporting innovations, and building safe, inclusive community. So this study focus mainly on 3 points. First, to explore how global SDG principle can inform and guide infrastructure planning in post-conflict Sudan, and 2, to identify the challenge and opportunity in aligning infrastructure development with the sustainable goals, and 3, we try to design comprehensive strategic planning framework that integrated SDG target across every stage of pre-construction process, from vision to evaluations and monitoring. This slide shows you the several SDG related to post-war construction in Sudan, include SDG 6, SDG 7, SDG 9, and SDG 11. And these goals align with the area needs, restoring basic service and economic life and enabling social cohesion. And while laying or put foundations for long-term development in Sudan. The framework proposed in this study depends on the 5-pillar strategy. And this pillar starts with visions and goals, and then stakeholder engagement and collaborations. And this is very important pillar. And then environmental and social impact for assessment. We need to assess environmental and social impact for each infrastructure project. And then a very important pillar also risk management and adaptations, and monitoring, evaluation, and reporting each stage. So each pillar is interlinked to ensure the recovery efforts are inclusive, adaptive, and sustainable. So let us start with the visions and goal settings. So a clear and forward-looking visions is the foundation of any strategic planning. It is a very important step for any strategic planning. So in post-war Sudan, this vision must be resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, aligned with the SDG, and must be relevant to the country needs. The process starts with the vision levels, where we define long-term development priorities, and then these priorities are translated to project-specific goals, connected to measurable SDG indicators. And finally, we move to implemented mechanism, where we apply visions through actions covering all the project stage, from initiations, executions, monitoring, and evaluations. And the pillar number 2, stakeholder engagement. We know that in rebuilding Sudan infrastructure cannot be succeed without the active involvement of stakeholders. These stakeholders include government institutions, private sectors, and the local community. We begin by identifying the stakeholder groups and then define mechanism for how we can engage these stakeholders by public forum, workshop, planning sessions, and dialogues. And then we need to engage this stakeholder not only in the consolidation stage, but also in the design, the implementations, and also in the monitoring. So if we apply this strategy, we expected outcome project inclusive, accountability, and also SDG representative infrastructure project. And pillar number 3 related to environmental and social risk must be understood before any project begin. So this study will help us to understand key risks of environmental factors like water, air, biodiversity, and also social issues such as relocations and community cohesion and so on. So the process integrated relevant SDG, including the environmental factor, and then we will track the project through key indicators, and then we have option to adjust or adapt the project as needed. So we expected that the project output from this stage is, the goals is to ensure that the outcome promotes sustainable infrastructure, inclusive development, and environmental productions align with the long-term SDG priorities. Risk management, and we know that any project includes risk, but the main risk included in the post-war conflict is include political instability, and sure this is included there in Sudan, and funding constraints and capability gaps. So in this study, we will try to put how we can mitigating this issue by stakeholder engagement. We can reduce the political instability, and also we can try to use different financial method, and also training for institution development and international technical participations will reduce the capability gap. So all these measures feed into adaptive planning, which allow infrastructure projects to stay flexible and resilient. And pillar number 5, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, MER. These systems are essential for evaluating whether infrastructure projects meet the objective or not. The process starts with monitoring, okay, where we take the SDG aligned indicator and identify any issue earlier. Then come to evaluations, okay, which assess project outcome at key stage or milestones. And after that, reporting provide transparency, accountability, and build trust, especially through open communications and independent review. And finally, improvement allow us to use the feedback or to refine our project. So this ensures continuous learning and alignment with the SDG target, making project more effective, inclusive, and sustainable. So in discussions, I summarize only in 2 slides. Number 1, I will try to answer why SDG make a difference. So when compared conventional post-conflict planning with the SDG based, SDG promote long-term resilience over short-term fix and enhance project transparency, social equality, and environmental responsibility, and also prevent common failure of conventional planning that prioritize short-term economic. So this alignment enable infrastructure to serve as a bridge to peace, not just technical product. And in slide number 2, the importance of policy and practice. So we need to, in this slide, we need to highlight the need to turn the SDG integration from the concept to actions. We will not need to only concentrate it in the concept of the SDG. We need to transfer it to actions. So we need to involve, or first we must align nationals and a local policy with the SDG target to create a strong foundation for implementation. And second, capacity building is essential. So engineering, planning, and anyone working the infrastructure project, we need to train these persons. Third, we need strong collaborations across sectors, such as government, private sectors, and development agencies. So to conclude, this study presents a comprehensive framework that integrated SDG principle into the infrastructure planning for post-conflict Sudan. I can conclude in these 5 points. Number 1, it is position infrastructure development alongside global standards of resilience, inclusion, and sustainability. And the framework spans the full planning cycles from vision setting to monitoring and evaluations, and ensuring the holistic SDG integrations. And also the framework proposed in this paper emphasizes the importance of stakeholder engagement and cross-sector coordination in the planning process. And it identifies practical challenges such as limited capacity, the need of innovative financing, and dynamic post-conflict conditions. And also the proposed framework addresses Sudan's most urgent needs while laying the foundation for long-term development. The future research should focus on the 2 key areas. First, we need to explore innovative financial tools, and this is very important for Sudan after war. And that can help scale up SDG aligned infrastructure in a low resource setting like Sudan. Second, it is important to study and compare Sudan reconstruction experience with other conflict countries like Rwanda, Afghanistan, Iraq. And this helps us to learn lessons and adapt best practice for more effective and sustainable recovery efforts. Thank you all for your time and attention. This concludes my presentations on integrating SDG principle into the strategic planning of infrastructure development in post-war Sudan. Again, I would like to thank my co-author, Professor علام Ahmed, for his valuable insight and cooperation through this work. If you are interested in further discussions or collaborations, my contact information is provided on the slides. And also I will share my LinkedIn profile in the chat box. At this point, I would be happy to take your questions or hear your reflections, comments. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Wonderful presentation. Of course, I will شهادتي مجروحة لكن really well done. Well, I think it's very, very good. Before, I think there's a lot of questions here. We will take one or two of them. But before I go through this one, I just want to draw people's attention to one thing which we are doing. This is globally, not just Sudan. Each country is being requested. It's not must. It's called voluntary. Each country must submit a voluntary national review to the United Nations high level committee about the progress they have done in their SDGs, if you like, journey. Sudan, luckily enough, many people, they didn't know that, submitted the voluntary national review in 2022 and it's signed by the Minister of National Economy, which is Dr. Jibril. And yesterday I learned one of our speakers last week, he also got a paper in this book, Dr. Amin. He's the one, he said to me, was one of the people who are involved in that report. So we got one of the people who drafted the report, which went to the United Nations. And he told me now we are writing the 2025 report to be submitted to the UN. And in that report, he told me in his message, they are evaluating what happened now, which is very serious. Now, we will start with the question. So this voluntary national reviews, the way we are working on them now, we are trying to evaluate them using artificial intelligence. What is being promised to us by the volunteers now is that any claims a country is making in its report, it needs to be found in the report. And that's what we're trying to train, not me, the expert on AI. I'm not an expert on AI. Hopefully we will learn the result. Now they are doing a pilot in Saudi Arabia, I think in Canada and other countries. But we will, for Sudan, we will definitely make ourselves available to whoever it is. It's good Dr. Amin is here, but any support to help our country with the knowledge we know about these SDGs, we will definitely be available. And this medium, we can help people through this medium. Now, there is Amira Yusuf Bedri. I think Professor Amira, we should give you, because now where we have, okay, can you unmute yourself, Professor Amira, and go ahead. Amira Yusuf Bedri. If you introduce yourself, ask your question. Can you unmute?
Okay. Hello.
Go ahead, Professor. Yes, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this important presentation. I just want to have two comments. One is that I think I'm thinking of that to add SDG 8, which is about decent work. And in this stage of planning for doing a new infrastructure and so forth. So a decent work, it has two components. One is that, as you know, concerning about the work environment and safety of the work for the people. This one thing. And the other side is that to secure economic growth. So I think SDG 8, it has to be combined in this issue, okay? The other question or the other comments is about that now we have seen a cycle of evaluation process of a project management as a whole, from planning until evaluation. So I'm thinking that if possible, if all the audience agree upon this presentation, then you need to break it down into a small projects or sub-projects in order to know exactly what kind of important projects to make a this kind of prioritization of kind of projects in order to combine all the issues you mentioned, because your presentation combining many SDGs, and now I add to you another one. So this is very important, I think. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I know you, and but is a global forum. The idea of what we do here is people know. Can you introduce yourself so at least we are very keen to build bridges between people. So people, they know you, they will contact you. Can you introduce yourself quickly, Professor, if you don't mind? Okay. I think we lost her here. Now, there are lots of questions in the chat. I think there is one interesting. I have read it before. Dr. Channel Ahmed, he said, what are the main challenges Sudan faces in aligning its infrastructure development with SDG principle after the war? If you don't mind, Dr. Hassan, I will just start on this one. When we went to Sudan in 2019, with the transition government at that time, and we said that in the Friendship Hall, I said to them, the main challenge for Sudan to align itself with the sustainable development goals or these global fantastic frameworks, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is data. If you don't have data, you cannot plan anything. That's before the war in 2019. If you ask me, I will say the situation is the same. So we have to go and make sure we can get the data. And I remember I met someone in Saudi Arabia, quite senior from the, the Arab, Professor Al-Diqeri, and he said to me, believe it or not, there is no any even paper now. Forget about the system. So I think the answer to that from my point of view is data. If we don't have data, you cannot do anything. But once we need to sit down, and we're going to call for a meeting for all those experts in data management like Muhammad Al-Haj and Fagiri, all those people who are experts. We got people in America, top in the internet committees and so on. We want to bring them to try to ask them, this is the situation we have now. A country now, it doesn't even have buildings. The buildings have been demolished. What can we do? Really, we have to do a research on that, because if we can help the country now, whatever going to happen in Sudan in terms of political settlement, they need data. So Hassan, if you want to add, but that's my answer to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I add only, I think, stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is always missing in any infrastructure project in Sudan.
Excellent. Now, I think we might only be able to give another one. I think Professor, I think this is she, will be wonderful to hear her. Professor Intisar Saghirun, I think that's you, Intisar Zain Intisar Saghirun. Can you unmute your Professor and ask your question? I think this picture is Professor Intisar. Can you unmute?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone.
Salam.
I'm just quite interested in knowing if there is any thought about what are you going to do for the infrastructure for education, general or higher. We are not going to rebuild the same things. There should be something different. There is a lot of missing, buildings or structures or type of structures themselves that are needed. It is not the usual one like classrooms or labs or the green area. There are more other things that are needed for each type of education we are having in Sudan. So if there are any thoughts about education in this plan, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I am going to kindly, if you don't mind me, all of you, we will leave this question and we will address it in after the next paper, because the next paper is all about education. And at that point, maybe I can add what we're really thinking, but it's a very good question, because the next paper is about education. But when WSD, the World Association for Sustainable Development, introduced its framework for a multidisciplinary approach to address the issues of sustainable development back in 1999, then 2000, and then 2000, is published 2004 with Professor Justin Stein from MIT and UAL. We argued for the UN, this framework of the SDGs, the heart and the cornerstone should be education. And I really like the title of the next paper. So definitely, without education, you don't achieve any of these 17s, but I think we will answer it in the next presentation. I think we should move. Dr. Hassan, thank you very much. Wonderful, really, and thank you for, I really enjoyed, and it's a privilege working with you, Doctor. Wallahi, wonderful. Now we need to really travel now to India. We are not consuming any CO2 or anything. We're just going virtual. Now, Dr. Juliet, we warmly welcome you, and let me make you co-host. Now, the next presentation is really addressing the question just Professor Intisar asked, and it's really important. We're going to hear a presentation. This is the title of the presentation. Is education as the cornerstone for a rebuilding post-war Sudan? And fantastic, we got an expert researcher. Juliet is doing this in India, and her colleague, Professor, please accept my apology, Juliet, if I pronounce any name wrong. Juliet,
it's okay.
Arinatwe. And you are originally from Uganda, am I right?
Yes, please.
You know our culture, you know the Sudanese discourse very well. We really have a lot of good friends and academics from there, Professor Joseph and others, and her co-author, Professor Janathan Komar Reddy from India. The floor is yours. Professor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Can you just make your slide bigger before you start? Click on the show.
I beg your pardon?
Okay, on the show. Yes, yes, that's it. We are very keen to record a better.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Now you go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. So good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor and World Association of Sustainable Development. Now, a point of correction, I'm neither a doctor nor a professor as of now. I'm aspiring to become a doctor. I'm a scholar, a research scholar at Bharatiya University in India. And my co-author, Dr. Kumar Reddy, is actually my research supervisor. He's not able to be with us, but yeah, he's happy that this is happening. So thank you very much. So my name is Juliet Arinatwe. Like I already introduced, I'm from Uganda, but right now in India, pursuing my PhD in educational psychology. So to look at this paper, education as a cornerstone for rebuilding post-war Sudan. What can we do without education? Education is everything that we need. As we know, Sudan has endured decades of conflicts that have devastated its socio-economic and institutional structures. These institutional structures do not eliminate education. Education is inclusive. And when education is destroyed, almost everything is destroyed. So what does post-war require? Leave alone just Sudan, but even other places. It requires more than just peace treaties. We cannot just sit and look at peace treaties and we say we have a solution. There is need for a foundation to rebuild communities, rebuild institutions, to strengthen the people, to bring them back on board. And what can be done? The best way to do this is through education. Education is the best foundation. Borrowing the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful tool. It is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. This world includes those areas that have been affected by war, by conflicts, Sudan inclusive. So, why education? Like I've already mentioned, education empowers individuals with skills and knowledge. If you want to do anything in a country, in a place, you need knowledge, understanding, and skills. How do you get these skills? Through education. When you talk about education, we are not just talking about sitting in class and teaching and learning. Education is so wide. Some things are learned just through assimilation, through seeing different ways. But what does it all lead to? It leads to acquisition of knowledge and skills. Education promotes reconciliation and social cohesion. How does that happen? If people are having conflicts, they are fighting, and then you bring them into one room, one group, one community like we are right now, if we had issues, it is a way through which people can actually connect and get together. So through this talking to each other, through sharing, reconciliation is built. Social cohesion is brought back among the people. It drives economic recovery by building human capital. To build any nation, to build any state, to build any society, you need human capital. You can't do anything without human resource capital. So how do we get the human capital? Through training. How are they trained? Through education. Education strengthens governance by fostering civil responsibility. Through education, civic education is taught, especially to the young ones. When the young ones get this knowledge, it helps them to understand how governance is. Not just the young ones, but also the old ones. But why am I using the young ones? But because they're the future of tomorrow. If we don't start building from the young generation, then we lose it. So through civic education, people are taught the responsibility of governance, and that promotes peace. It promotes justice, it promotes understanding, and so governance becomes very easy and manageable. Alignment with SDGs. So this paper or this chapter mainly paid attention to education because it's about education, but also looked at SDG 8 and SDG 16. Now, SDG 4 is talking about access to equity and lifelong learning opportunities. Education provides that, making sure that each and every child in Sudan is able to access quality education. That brings equity. It means no one is left behind. It will encourage lifelong learning opportunities. And so SDG 4 will be fulfilled. Then what happens? When people are educated, when they go to school, then they are able to get decent work. They are able to acquire skills and knowledge. And therefore, when they work, we are going to have economic growth. They are learning how to manage, maybe become entrepreneurs, become better employers, and through that, they help in infrastructure development, and in so doing, economic development in Sudan will take place. What about SDG 16? It calls for civic education, as already mentioned earlier. It strengthens peace, participation, and justice. An educated community, an educated society is a society that will be easy to guide, justice will be manageable, and all this can be easily done through civic education, which we get definitely from SDG 4. So now we have a clear alignment between SDG 4 and SDG 16. Education brings civic education, which civic education guides on peace and stability and justice. If we have all that, then I believe that reconstructing and rebuilding Sudan will be manageable and will be possible. What are the current educational challenges in Sudan? As we already know, where there is a civil war, where there is a war, there is damage, there is frustration. And one of the things that affected is infrastructure. So schools got damaged. So there is damaged infrastructure and unsafe learning environments. And then shortage of trained teachers. What does the war do? the war displaces people. If people are not killed, they are sent away from their homes. So if these teachers were in a place where the school was because of the war, I mean, they are forced to move away from that place. And so shortage of teachers is going to be in place. Low enrollment and high dropout rates, and gender disparities and limited access to rural areas. Maybe not forgetting that during the war, some of the schools were used as shelter. That means that instead of them being schools, now they have become homes for refugees. So there is shortage of infrastructure. So what can be done? Strategic education priorities for rebuilding. Reconstruction of schools, safe learning environment is very important, because how do we study without schools? So we really need the schools in place. So reconstruction of schools is the first place. Teacher training and psychosocial support. Remember, this war damages people's, it destroys their calmness. It destroyed their moral stability. So as teachers are being trained, it is important that emotional training also takes place, because most of these children have lost probably their families, they have lost their parents, they are homeless. They need to be supported. They need to be guided. And we need teachers who are able to do that, not just being trained in curriculum development, teaching English and math and science and geography, but also guiding students and pupils into emotional intelligence. Then curriculum reforms are focusing on peace, citizenship, and skills. Definitely, peace is important for stability. We need skills for people to be able to apply what they learn in economic development. And then inclusion of marginalized groups, especially the women, the poor, the disabled. So that means we need inclusive education, not just education, but inclusive education where everybody is included in the education process. And then partnership with non-government organizations, getting donations, and also bringing communities on board. The education sector should not only be the government and the policymakers, but the community as well. Because if the community is involved, then it feels like what is being received in that community belongs to them. So they will guide, they will support, and so development will be much easier. Case studies and lessons from other nations. So here I looked at other places where war has devastated the area. How has education helped? I looked at Rwanda, for example, and reforms such as community-led education initiative contributed to unity post-genocide. So community education is very, very important. You cannot teach the whole country or everyone without the community on board. So we need community-led educational initiatives. Then Afghanistan conflict resolution training and civil education reduces violence and promotes long-term stability. That is what education does. It is not only bringing peace, which is short-term, but it is actually bringing long-term stability. And that is exactly what is needed in Sudan. And then lessons that we could learn from there is local ownership. That's what I mean when I talk about community engaged initiatives. They own the education sector. They own the schools. They feel like the school belongs to the community, and therefore supporting it will be very easy. Then incorporating peace education, and then sustained funding, skills training, girl-child education, multilingual education system. Now, what is the importance of multilingual education system? If, for example, there is a civil conflict between different probably tribes, and then you have a class that is having students from different tribes and they are seated together. Bringing them together and allowing them to learn together is one way through which these conflicts can be reduced. And then also the teaching is not necessarily supposed to be or only in English. Let other languages also come into place, because there are people who don't know English at all, and therefore they would take advantage of, for example, Arabic and other languages that are spoken in Sudan to understand much better. Maybe it might be hard to understand a concept in English. Then bringing it in a local language might help a student understand better. So multilingual education system is something that can help in rebuilding a conflict, I beg your pardon, in rebuilding an area that has been affected by conflict, and then trauma information approaches. That's what I was talking about when I talk about emotional education. You're training teachers to help these students, and even adult education can be on board to help people go through the word trauma. It's not easy, so it needs a lot of guidance. The role of stakeholders. We have definitely many stakeholders in the education sector, one of them being the government. The government has the responsibility of policy development, putting in place policies that are important for stability, for sustainable peace through education, and definitely funding. Funding through infrastructure development, through training teachers, through providing essentials for the students as they go to school. Teachers are agents of peace and skills transmission. If you want to kill any nation, frustrate the teachers. When the teachers are frustrated, trust me, they will give frustrated information to the students. So the teachers are agents of peace. They are very important, and so they have a responsibility of making sure that peace and stability is developed in Sudan. What about the youth? They are the leaders of tomorrow. Being the leaders of tomorrow, they need to be on board in the education sector. They need to get involved in policy development. They need to get involved in not just development and making, but also dissemination of these policies, supervising them and being part of the process. And the community, like already said, building partnership with schools, guiding them in everything that they will be doing. And then international partnership, where we need technical and financial support. Conclusion. So education is not a secondary priority. It is actually a primary, a basic priority if peace and stability are to be put in place, if development is to be felt, is to be realized. We need education. It is a bedrock of peace, prosperity, and a nation towards healing. So rebuilding Sudan must begin with building mindsets of the people. Mindsets of the people can best be built through education. Call for action. Advocating for education-centered recovery in Sudan, and investing in systems that educate to transform, not just to inform. We don't just need knowledge. We need knowledge that is transformative towards sustainable development. Borrowing the words of Oprah Winfrey, education is a key to unlocking the world, a passport to freedom. So if we want a developed Sudan, a stable Sudan, then we need to give education first priority. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Julia. This is fantastic. And I can tell you just a few words I have just been reading. Everyone is telling you it's fantastic. It's really fantastic.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions for you. There's many questions here. Number one, why did you choose, not because you are a Ugandan, you should not be researching Sudan, But I can tell you before you answer me, in our international 23rd international conference going to take place in Kuwait, 3 papers submitted from Uganda, all about Sudan, ICT, blah, 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 really fantastic. I've been to Uganda and I can't tell you, this is genuinely, when you say, oh, I felt like home, I felt like home, really. I can't even see, even when they were driving me by the car, the driver, the market is the same like the market I remember in Sudan. So really Ugandans and Sudanese are really look-alike. But the question to you, why did you choose this topic and when are you going to finish your submission?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'm a teacher by profession, so that could answer the first question. But then also, away from being a teacher, I'm an educationist. I love education. And I believe that education is a solution to very many problems. The moment education is in order, everything is able to be in order. I'm supposed to finish my PhD next year, by October next year. I'm right now in my 2nd year, so next year will be my 3rd year to finish.
You may have heard me earlier. I said we WSD, the whole phenomenon of WSD for 25 years now is based. We argued long time ago for the UN that the Millennium Development Goals should really be re-looked at, and education the heart. Without education, you cannot achieve anything. So you are very close, not very close. You are actually one of us, and I will contact you offline, and we will add you to our sum. I hope your supervisor, they don't mind adding more work to you, but we would like to engage you, not just for Sudan, but globally. That's number one. And number two, we did, but very few PhDs where we think they have a great value. I can tell you now, and I take this commitment, if WSD can't, I don't know what will happen another 2 years. So, but even if I'm not here or I'm not even still engaged with WSD, even from my own personal as a gesture for Sudan, we would offer now we can tell you, inshallah, you will pass your PhD successfully.
Amen.
Make sure we are offering you now, we will publish this thesis as a book as part of the World Association for Sustainable Development book series, standalone. And I think that all my colleagues, they will agree. I don't think anyone will object. So we are offering you this now. You just pass it. And on the day you have your exam, if you tell us, we have a lot of strong team in India from Jawaharlal University. Yes, Professor Desai, our founders include Indians. Professor Seema Joshi from New Delhi. These are our founders. So we have a strong, and I'm pretty sure if you tell us in advance, they will be delighted to come and attend your
paper.
And finally, because I can see Chimi here, Dr. Chimi from Tokyo, next year we are going to Tokyo, because if you would like to come and present face-to-face, that's a face-to-face, why not come to, and you will meet Chimi. Also, she has been in Sudan, Chimi Kurokawa, she is a Japanese. She is now helping us with the conference in Japan. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to ask you the question, but the question was asked before, if you remember, and I said to the professor, we will answer it after you do. You have talked about the challenges, but the proposal we are proposing, and you can maybe comment on that before we go. The first thing we are proposing, all political parties and everyone fighting on Sudan now, we would like them, still haven't done yet, but we were consulting now. We might also refer to some of our colleagues from Bahrain who have done something called a big, where they brought all the political parties and the religious leaders to sign a declaration of, if you like, of agreement on one thing. For the Sudanese political parties, we want them to agree on one thing. Education is the red line. No politics with education. That's number one. And we want them all to sign that, which means in their conduct now, in the fight, in the negotiation, anything, they should always remember when it comes to education, it's a red line away from anything. That's number one. Number two, we would like them to commit to all the United Nations charters, including UNICEF. UNICEF is one of our partners, and we work very much along with UNICEF. Children are a red line. Children, children, children. Full stop. They should all adhere to that one. This is all regulation. In the UK, if you don't take your child, I don't know if you know that in Europe and in the UK here, but if you don't take your child to the school, you could easily be imprisoned. Easily. It's a right, so we have to not to play with child. Thirdly, answering Professor Intisar's question, What we have proposed, and I'm going just to say it now, we proposed Sudan, most of the Sudanese before the war are actually outside in the UK, in Europe, in France. The next speaker, he's a Sudanese. He's going to join us from France. The first speaker from Saudi Arabia. We have millions of Sudanese experts outside. We said, all people, I came from a town called Madani, which is next to Khartoum. You probably know it because you know Sudan. I said, each people, they should come together and rebuild their school. That before the war, our argument. And now it's become more important. I came from a school in Madani. I can just top of my head, I counted them last 2 weeks. I was in a group of that school in the media. I think that even some of them are joining us. I counted 19 consultants now in the US, in Ireland, in Saudi Arabia, and in the UK and others. I counted lots of IT, lots of them. We study in this school, we should rebuild it. That's the least we should do. We should come together, rebuild that school. So if I rebuild with my colleagues, neighbors, the school we studied in that local area in Madani, imagine the whole cities will rebuild their schools. What do they have to do now? And we told them before, but we now collect money now, have a box to be managed away from any government, anything, with someone, they trust someone. We have our neighbors there before in Saudi, in America, people start putting money to make it ready. Number two, they start talk to their neighbors in that local area and ask them about how to rebuild that school. They will tell them the whole classroom is being damaged, blah, 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 whatever, and to be ready. And the government, now we know, you know that there is last week, we have a prime minister who is coming from a civilian, he's an educated man. He should facilitate anything for those people to rebuild their schools. Imagine we can fast track the rebuilding of a school within maybe 6 months, 1 year maximum. Each people take care of their own school. What the government will do, I hope he is listening to us. The first, if once you finish rebuilding your school and it's open, the government will give priority to that school in terms of sending the teacher and take responsibility. Teachers are the responsibility of the government, but at least let's help the government by building our schools. Everyone in south, north, whatever it is. Now, quickly, I know there's a lot of questions. Let me talk quickly. Rowan Al-Mustafa, she said, embedding a trauma-informed and MHBSS focus approach. Maybe she can explain what is that MHBB, I don't know it, such as refreshing strengths to see. Does it also take into consideration alternative education models? One, I believe UNICEF had a successful trial with this in Sudan pre-April conflict outbreak. So maybe the question we can ask you, Juliet, are you aware of any models UNICEF adopted in Sudan? Maybe pre, or what are they planning to do with a case like Sudan?
I might not really give a clear answer, like a direct answer, but when I was doing this paper, I actually was using data, secondary data from Sudan, looking at different reports from UNICEF, from UNESCO, from World Bank, and I realized a lot is being done in the education sector. A lot is being done, only that I cannot just point out now, right now, that this is being done and this is being done. Yeah, but a lot is being done by the different NGOs to rebuild the education sector in Sudan.
Very quickly, Intisar said, my concern is, which is everyone concerned, that's why I picked this question. Everyone concerned that is specification for education institution infrastructure, like adequate learning spaces, water, hygiene, sanitation, facilities, and energy access. Are you touching this in your PhD? And what about issues, you know, now everything is not just being damaged, but we have a problem about adequate learning spaces, water, hygiene, sanitation, facilities, energy access. Have you, if that's part of your PhD somehow or another, there is a gap there maybe, or part of the analysis?
I wouldn't say it's part of my analysis, but however, I think it is important that as we look at the education sector to be rebuilt, we also need facilities that support the education sector. We need the policymakers, the government, to come in and help in putting in place these essentials, because you cannot have students in school when you don't have water, when they don't have latrines. We need the hygiene. So we need the government on board. And like you said, education is not a political party. It shouldn't be political at all. Then we need inclusive education, despite of the political differences.
Excellent. We'll give you final question because I know he's been raising his hand for a long. Dr. Muawiyah Hussein, please, and make it short, yeah, Dr. Dr. Muawiyah, unmute and talk, but make it very short, Dr. Quickly. Dr. Muawiyah Hussein, I think from Oman. تسمعنا يا دكتور؟ طيب لا ندي فرصة لدكتور عزت المبارك. أميوت يا دكتور، وعزت المبارك University of Khartoum. أميوت يا دكتور عزت and ask your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation, Ms. Jolit. I really appreciate that. I'd like to share before I go into my question. I'd like to share with you, I'm Dr. Alam. We're both from the Jizya State, where I studied from the beginning of my life of education all the way to university, and I didn't cost my family more than $100 US. I have to admit that. Now, people keep talking about rebuilding the schools and infrastructures of the education system. However, I am worried about rebuilding the syllabus itself. It has been damaged. It has been damaged before the war even, and it has been damaged in cold blood for a long time. We lost the values of something like forgiveness, teamwork, creative thinking, integrity, perfection, analytical minds, like that. So where do we stand? Where can we go and restore this horrible situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Quickly, Juliet, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Truthfully, when we look at our education system, even away from Sudan, like not just Sudan, but even other countries, other nations, you realize that in most cases, the syllabus does not really reach the hearts of the people, does not reach the social disparities within the people. So there is need for instance, let me give an example of Uganda. We have curriculum development for organizations which are in charge of curriculum development to sit back and do groundwork, not just from the elites, but groundwork from the society, from the people who are looked at as the low people. Go down to them and find out from them what exactly does the society need. Then that will guide how the syllabus will be developed, the syllabus to include what is needed in the society, not just studying about the English and the math, but what does the society really need? So there is need for groundwork right from the grassroots. Thank you.
Juliet, thank you very much for your supervisor, for the university, and we're really grateful. Now, one thing I can tell you, if you need any support with any material, research, just email us. We will be delighted to support you, of course, until the limit where we are not jumping, supporting you to your university. But I would like to tell you, in the UK in particular, not in the UK in particular, but generally, there's a lot of Sudanese have done a lot of work on education. One of them, I'm just giving you one of our, if you like, leader here in London, he's being given an OBE by the Queen for his contribution to start and establish and strengthen education in Sudan. In Sudan and here in the UK, Mr. Ahmed Badri. Ahmed Badri is a big family in Sudan. Badri is a big family in Sudan. You might hear about them, Al-Ahfad and others. But Mr. Ahmed Badri, he's one of our big leaders here in London. The Queen gave him an OBE for his work on education. So we got people like him. If you want to meet them, to interview them, we will be very delighted to make them available for you. And we look forward to, inshallah, getting you to come again and again. Thank you very much. And really wonderful presentation. The chapter is also wonderful. We will make sure it will be one of the first chapters to be published so people can actually benefit from them. And hopefully we will see you again. Thank you very much, Juliet.
Okay, thank you very much too.
Now we're going from India to France, close by here, only 2 hours by train. Now we're going to have subject really very close to my heart and mind. Training and empowering grassroots leadership, really important topic for the next period. Training and empowering, imagine, look, training and empowering, not just training, and empowering grassroots leadership for post-conflict reconstruction in Sudan. And this is going to be delivered by Al-Hadi Hunud Abiya Kadof. Al-Hadi is an expert. I really like his work. Those who they don't know him, please go. All of the speakers, actually, their profile is online, but also he's a regular, if you like, he regularly posts comments about leadership training and capacity, particularly for grassroots in LinkedIn. I don't normally do this, but I encourage you to go and be friends with him in LinkedIn, because then you can get all the updates. So Al-Hadi, we are very grateful, and the floor is yours. And I can see that you, but just make sure, Al-Hadi, we will see you short, I believe. Al-Hadi, we can see your slide. If we see you, you can start. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful introduction, Prof. Allam. Honestly, it has really humbled me. First of all, I'd just like to make sure, can everyone hear me properly?
Yes, we hear you, we see you very nicely.
Okay, fantastic. So good day, everyone, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much for being here. As mentioned, my name is Al-Hadi Kadof. I am of Sudanese origin, and this subject of rebuilding Sudan is really close to my heart. And it is because of this that today I'd like to share with you a vision that is grounded in leadership that I believe Sudan truly needs. And this is something that we all see. So far, the Sudanese leadership paradigm has not worked ever since the modern state of Sudan has come to existence. So now let's try to look at it from a different point of view, whereby the leadership starts internally from the communities. And those of you who are familiar with Sudan, we know that Sudan celebrates very strong community relationships. If it isn't on, not on a national level, it would be on a personal level, and even as small as a neighborhood level. Community is really important. And this is what I will be talking about, how to empower these leadership of our communities, of our neighborhoods, of our local mosques, of our local churches, how to empower them and give them the tools to lead the process of rebuilding our beloved Sudan. So, as I've just spoken, at the moment, we really do need a new leadership paradigm in Sudan. Since the establishment of the modern state of Sudan, we have had several governments, several leaderships, but one thing I am sad to say, and feel free to disagree with me, that I believe the current model that we're working with is completely broken. We need to shift into something that can be useful and able to actually impact change. One of the biggest problems we've had in Sudan is, for decades, the governance in Sudan has been centralized. And this has been to the detriment, and it has not been really good to those on the periphery, both geographically and socially. Yet, we have to notice something. During most of our conflicts, and especially this latest conflict, it is the very local communities that are actually holding those who are unfortunate enough not to leave Sudan, keeping them afloat. They are the ones who are still steadying the ship. And we could see whether it is the local community kitchens, whether it is the resistance committees, or just the local neighborhood youth that are able to keep the semblance of life continuing. So this brings to mind that grassroots leadership is not optional. It is actually essential. Why is that? First of all, the people trust it, and that is what I find very important. And another thing, it provides Sudan, which we have such different cultures, it provides cultural legitimacy, and of course, it's grounded on local insight. So each community, each area has its own unique needs. Having that local insight helps us find out what truly they need and how we can assist them in rebuilding. So the whole concept of this is how we can move from dependency to empowerment, or from imposed solutions that are imposed to us as Sudanese from outside to community-led recovery. I have mentioned earlier that the current or the previous governance of Sudan hasn't worked. And that was because it was always a top-down sort of a system. But my thing to you is, why hasn't it worked? It's very simple. It's because, again, it does not take into consideration the local needs. And when we don't take into consideration local needs, that ends up weakening local capacity, and it actually fuels the current disconnection that most Sudanese feel. And without trying to get too political, you will realize, if you really try to analyze the source of the current conflict, it is indeed that. This disconnection and a lack of social, or a lack of national cohesion between all parties in Sudan. So in that case, for us to actually move forward from a country trying to fight for its very survival, let us try to build our communities to help us actually move into trying to build something that is long-lasting and sustainable. This is not something that I have cooked up off the top of my head. We have seen quite a number of lessons in this. Quite a number of actually previous participants have spoken about it. It's that grassroots leadership or grassroots efforts actually work. One serious example that I always have loved, it's how South Korea rebuilt itself post the South-North Korea conflict in the 50s. They've established this concept that they call the Semol Undong, which they would call the little villages. How did these little villages work? The administration has empowered every single village to actually run like a small micronation. These micronations were responsible for their education, were responsible for their finances, were responsible for their infrastructure, all in line, of course, with a national platform. So that was something that was good in rebuilding a country after a conflict. As many other participants have spoken about, it's the Rwanda model, which was embodied in the Gakaka courts. This was really interesting. Why was that interesting to me? It's that it gave agency to the locals who have been wronged to be able to litigate and mitigate what has happened. So they sat down, they managed to identify the culprits within their community and bring them to justice based on the norms and, of course, the legal system of the country. One interesting thing is what has happened in Liberia, which I find that also quite interesting, the community peace committees. These were extremely important in rebuilding Liberia. How was that? How has that happened? They were very important in mediating land disputes. After a conflict in such a scale as Liberia or in Sudan or in Rwanda, land becomes currency. And it is only those local, according to local customs and according to local traditions, they were able to rediscover and revisit who belongs to, which land belongs to whom, and how to best move forward with that. And yet another important aspect they spoke about is the reintegration of ex-combatants. Being in a state of war is not natural. So those who have been active in war, they have lost a certain ability to actually be strong members of society. Now, the government or the state can actually have systems and can have all sorts of programs. This will not work if they do not have a community that is able to receive them and sort of adopt them and help in their rehabilitation. They need to be capable members and producing members of society. And what lessons can we learn from all of that as Sudanese? We need to understand one thing that is very important: empower the people, because a state without people that are empowered is just probably functioning in a vacuum. So, and once the people are empowered, that actually takes us to the next level, which will build national cohesion, which will naturally build a national identity, which eventually would make easier the work of a national government. And one of the most important things about that is it actually builds local trust. Now, without trust, we will repeat the cycle of violence and distrust that is happening in our Sudan. Okay. Having given all of these ideas, this has led me to actually come up with a small program that I call the Grassroots Leadership Development Program. This program initially wasn't designed for post-conflict. It was actually designed to help build the Sudan that I dream for myself and for my children as well. So it was meant to be launched in 2024. I conceived this in 2020. It was meant to be implemented in 2024. Unfortunately, with the conflict, we weren't able to do so. So thanks to Professor Allam, I managed to actually pivot that into something that is looking into how we can build Sudan after the conflict. So what is this Grassroots Leadership Development Program? It's basically identifying or nominating leaders from these communities that I've just spoken about. And in Sudan, that could be many things. It could be leaders of women groups. It could be leaders of youth groups. It could be traditional leaders. It could even be, the imam in our local mosque. It could be the pastor of your local church. It could be anybody that people listen to. Now, they have been doing the work. Our point would be to empower them and give them the tools to help them how to actually take their effectiveness to a higher level. One of the aspects characteristics of this program is that it always will pull the community first. And since we're talking about rebuilding the country after conflict, as just now Ms. Juliet mentioned, it needs to be trauma-informed. Now, why is it trauma-informed? A lot of our leaders or the leaders in the community, indeed, they're capable of being able to do things. Now, being able to do things is one thing. Being able to do things under the umbrella of trauma or people that are recovering, being able to actually inspire people to follow you, that is where we come in. And of course, that also takes into consideration the culture of where it is actually being held. Now, what we want to do, apart from just calling them leaders, we need to empower these leaders with actual skills. Now, leadership is not something that I guess you wake up one day because you have a charismatic personality, you are able to lead. It isn't that. It is an actual process. And through what my program proposes is to help these leaders understand the processes of leadership and how to make sure that there is, first of all, consistency, how to be able to inspire people, and most importantly, accountability. Moving on with that, inspiring people comes to the power of emotional intelligence, being able to speak to those that follow you in the right way. And yet another important aspect of leadership that we would hope to actually implement in Sudan is the ability for conflict resolution. To me, this would be the most important skill to have, because indeed, maybe the major conflict might have been over by the time we put this into place. However, there will still be certain residual feelings or enmity that is on ground. And our target would be how to be able to empower the leader to solve these issues while they're still on the ground level before they can escalate. We have seen in many examples all across Sudan how a simple dispute between two young men or between a trader and his customer develop into even an ethnic clash in certain areas that could lead to destruction of property, loss of life, and much worse. Now, what makes this unique? Our most unique point of this, it's that it is very flexible and it's based on context. What do I mean by that? It means that, first of all, we will hold this program to be dependent on where it is. If it was, example, held in a part of, let's say, my ethnic area, which is the Nuba Mountains, if it is held in the Nuba Mountains, we will ensure that all aspects of this program, first of all, deal with cultural norms. Second of all, are being presented in local languages with partnership with local leaders. And that is where we will be able to actually have a stronger reach. And it's the best part about this is it is scalable across the country, whereby if it is being held in the extreme north of Sudan in Halfa, we are able to also do it in the local languages, adhering to the local norms, and of course, using storytelling techniques that will be able to inspire the local leaders as well. Okay. Now I'm going to explain how this is going to work. It stands on 4 pillars or 4 phases. The first phase we will be talking about is the conflict-sensitive needs assessment. In every training program, needs assessment is basically what we stand for. Why is that important? Because we cannot just simply come, having done some research, come to the locals and explain to them, this is what we're here to serve you, and this is what you need. We need to understand what they need. And this is where we identify the gaps of the reality, where they wish to be based on their current situation, and how we can close that gap. So we need to, first of all, do community-led mapping and understand where the power dynamics lie within each of these groups. Another important thing is this is where the technical aspect comes of it. It is foundational leadership training. We have a strong program that will include emotional intelligence, trauma-informed facilitation, and of course, ethical leadership. Here, there is something I haven't mentioned here. It is authentic leadership. And what I mean by authentic leadership here is, not only is it target-driven, it is process-driven as well. So every step of the process of this leadership development program is going to make sure that this specific leader is able not only to conduct this training himself, is able also to carry on training and continue training others. So we will keep a long cycle or sustainable cycle of leaders that are being developed. Of course, you could be the leader. You cannot be, you can't just simply call yourself a leader without actually having a specific project to work on. One of the aspects, one angle I would like to actually go on, it's that we will always look for projects. For example, let's say you have received your leadership development training and you have a project. It will be us who are also able to support you throughout your project through consultation, and we will find ways to we will look for ways to fund you and find things that are usually, of course, high impact and low cost. As I mentioned just now, we have to make sure that we partner with the right people and to train the next wave of people or the next wave of leaders as well. So it's always going to have that conveyor belt of responsible citizens who are community-minded rather than individually minded. Just to sort of give you an example of this, I have put a case study which is illustrative, basically. It is simply an example of something that's how I imagine this program would work. Imagine a young teacher by the name of Jafar from South Kordofan. He has joined our leadership development program, and he would be one of the pilot candidates for this. Imagine he finished the 3-month program or the 6-month program, and then having graduated, he went back to his community and found an abandoned mosque, established a school. And out of that school, he managed to get 60 children, and for that, he created a trauma-sensitive curriculum, also mobilized volunteers and inspired neighborhood camps to do the same. Now, this is what we hope to happen, because having done that, Jafar didn't only change the lives of these 60 children, he also inspired neighboring camps to join him as well. He didn't wait for aid, and he led with what he had, which is, and also from where he was. That's the kind of power of grassroots leadership that we are hoping to develop in Sudan. It will not only build, but it also multiplies hope, and its impact grows organically. Now, we are talking mostly about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Let me tie on how this GLDP ties to these selected 5 Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, quality education. As you have seen in the example I have given. Now, imagine the local teachers that we have inspired through our leadership development program, how they will be able to impact many different lives. And as Julia just now has mentioned, they need to be trauma-informed educators, and they need to be leaders. They need to also be, community counselors. They need to be, as always, the teacher is the community, the center of the community. So first of all, that will definitely help with our quality education. Secondly, we'll speak about the SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Now, with leadership skills within the community, you will be able to identify things or areas in your community that require development, and to be able to inspire the locals to do for themselves. I'll give a simple example for economic growth. A young woman who's also a part of the GLDP goes back to her community and inspires other young women to start a small, peanut farm. That peanut farm, under her leadership, develops into a project that they're able to actually take to market their produce, and be able to actually help other women to build for themselves as well. Naturally, when you have good economic growth and you have decent work, it's just automatic. It will help with reduced inequalities. It helps also, we will also encourage the participation of women, youth, and most importantly, the displaced person. If you notice how everything is connected with all of the 4 to 10, once they are actually achieved, automatically it will lead us to sustainable cities and communities that are self-sustaining. Because first of all, they have local leaders from within the community to inspire and to trust them, which have their goals that are based on the community needs. And that is very important. Finally, when the communities are sustainable, inequalities are reduced, work is abundant, education is actually available, or it will naturally lead us to a peaceful society and stronger institutions, because now the institutions in the center have a leadership, they know that there is a leadership on the grassroots to whom they are accountable. And that is something very important we need to pay attention to. So also, let's not kid ourselves. Something of the sort will always have some challenges. And one of the biggest challenges in Sudan, and I think most of the world, is that they will definitely face a political resistance from the entrenched elites. And I have seen this. There have been efforts, of course, to decentralize power in Sudan, I think even before the Bashir's regime, but they have failed because there is a certain cohort of individuals, let me say, or groups that do not want to let go of that power. But if we have strong local leadership, there will be no choice but to sort of let go of that power. One of the challenges we have, for example, is how to make sure we have this program to be prolific, which is going to be how do we reach the rural areas where maybe digital access could be difficult, or physical aspect could even be dangerous for some of our trainers to actually enter. So this is one of the most important issues. Another thing that is always a problem, which I have seen not only in Sudan, but I've seen that across the world, whereby there is always an urban bias. Development tends to be around major urban centers in big cities. For this, I've always admired, again, the leadership in South Korea, I think 10 to 15 years ago, there has been a presidential decree whereby all the government-owned organizations were not allowed to have their headquarters in Seoul. So based on that, they have managed to pull out employment, educate, because then again, they pulled out employment, education, and even money to be funneled into the faraway regions. Now, on individual level, so far I've been just talking about the state level. One of the challenges we need to have is leadership fatigue and trauma. What do I mean by leadership fatigue and trauma? Leadership fatigue here is when, as you could see, the Sudanese in general are simply tired of leaders that do not represent the people. And for our program to succeed, we need to be very careful in vetting our candidates and understanding what their motivations are and making sure that they are community-minded individuals. Now, having said what our challenges are, let me explain, talk a little bit about the success factors and why and how it can succeed. Something which is, being in this conference is evidence of that. It's that the GDLP can succeed because of the fact that we have a very engaged diaspora. Now, we need to make sure to ride on that, whereby the engaged Sudanese diaspora, we need to be able to, first of all, work together with the local communities in Sudan through funding, most importantly, through mentorship. Sometimes it is not money that they need investment. They need to have they need to have understanding of your time and your expertise as well. And next, one of the things that we could succeed, which we were hoping to do, is partnership with universities and NGOs. Currently, we are in the process of trying to talk to some of the universities. However, we will see how that works post-conflict. Another point that is really important about this, it's that the GLDP is a scalable program. We could start in any community. We could start a pilot in community A, but it can easily be replicated, however, adjusted and customized to whatever other community in Sudan. Something that we can use right now, as we all know, I'm going to say this, it's a sort of a Sudanese idiom, so I'm going to say it in English, but forgive me if you don't understand. However, in Sudan, even the tea ladies are very familiar with WhatsApp. Everybody is using WhatsApp. We will try to adjust this program in such a way whereby our training can be reached through radio, through WhatsApp, and whatever local networks that we're able to get to. Now, we spoke about decentralization earlier. How does this support decentralization? I'm going to run through this quite quickly. First of all, once we empower local actors, we will not need to address the governors, we do not need to address the heads of state, we do not need to address the ministries for every single need. Sudanese will be able to make decisions based on their local communities and build immediately. So decision cycle becomes a lot faster. Another good thing about that is it not only enables it, it forces the central elite to listen to whatever bottom-up policies that need to be done. And the interesting thing about that is now it will automatically lead to power redistribution. It isn't somebody that is sat in an office in Khartoum that is able to decide the fate of a school that is somewhere in, as Prof just now mentioned, in Medani. It will be done by locals for locals. And the interesting thing about that is, finally, it bridges the gaps between the government and the locals as well. Now, when I started to conceive this paper, this was the line I've always had: from patronage to empowerment. It's not that we need aid. It's not that we do need aid. However, it's not that we need the expertise to build it from within. We need to be able to be the ones to build, to empower the people who are in it to build. So it's no longer about, I am an aid organization I have got money to give you, I have expertise to give you, but it needs to be done my way to serve my agenda. Now, if we empower the grassroots, we will not need to have somebody coming from abroad or from another organization with their agenda, even though it might be in their eyes beneficial to Sudan, but they don't quite understand Sudan. Only Sudanese understand Sudan. So when we empower the grassroots, they will be able to tell the aid organizations or the international organization, no, this is what we need and this is how we plan to do it with your partnership. So if we need to also understand one thing, so the future of Sudan lies not in imported blueprints, but in the everyday leadership of its people that we have currently seen in the shape of the community kitchens. We have seen that in the shape of the youth organizations, of the religious organizations. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your kind attention. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Shukran. Thank you very much, Al-Hadi. Thank you very much. The only problem we had is that we used a lot of times and we're going to really struggle. Let me just give you one question, because we really have speakers all lined up from Sudan, and we know that are very much aware. And Al-Hadi, as I said, he's in France. He's obliged. He said, I'm the Sudanese by origin. You are not a Sudanese by origin, Al-Hadi. You are a Sudanese in full. This word of origin, we don't want to use it here. So he's obliged to come over to London, and we would love you to come and talk to our youngest anytime you come in, give us half an hour or 1 hour in the university. But I will still give, because there's a lot of questions came to you, Al-Hadi. Dear Al-Hadi, this is our big problem in Sudan. I have comment on that. I hope Professor Allam can give me to achieve with Ammiyut Muawiyah. I will give you a Muawiyah I gave you before. نديك الشانس الوحيدة, لكن please make sure يا معاوية please, لأنه really over time. Please, Dr. Muawiyah, can you go ahead and unmute? We gave you the chance before, but you didn't use it. Can you unmute? لأنه نحن من هنا we ask you to unmute.
Okay, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
يلا straight to the question يا دكتور.
Straight to the question. Dr. Al-Hadi, I think the impact of elite control, they damage Sudan. I mean it, يعني they damage Sudan. The elite control has played a profound and often destructive role in Sudan, whether that's political, economic, and social. So the question is that elite control in Sudan has, I think, established and deep-rooted a cycle of inequality, and conflict that continues to obstruct peace and development till now. Unless there is a structural transformation towards inclusive governance, equal development, and accountability, elite dominance will remain, continue damaging Sudan. So it's still till now, with this conflict, they are investing in ongoing war in Sudan. Do you agree? What is your comment on this?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's just a quick point of order. It's Al-Hadi. لا دكتور ولا لسه بعدنا ما وصلنا.
إن شاء الله هو مشكلة قول لنا الهادي.
Okay.
يا الهادي, you received a lot of I like your talk. You are the future of Sudan. There's a lot of, by the way, you got a lot of sum up. So
thank you very much.
About the time.
شكرا لكم. But indeed, this is the very reason why I have decided to write on this topic. Indeed, the central governance doesn't work in Sudan, because Sudan is not a homogeneous society. We are a pluralistic society with different communities, with different norms, with different ideas and different ways of looking at things. Now, this is the very point, is that when we have a strong grassroots, it will sort of help or sort of guide the center to get in line, because when you have a weak grassroots level leadership, the center will do as it pleases, because it will not find political resistance. Now, when you have people in communities that are strong enough to oppose the will of the center, they will not be able to change what is happening within communities just like that, because the communities have a strong infrastructure, they have strong identities, they have strong national identity. So this is just basically based on my idea. So I hope that answers your question, Dr. Muawiyah.
Shukran, thank you very much. And as I promised, Al-Hadi, definitely, as I said last week, I didn't mention it this week. Last week I mentioned when we receive a lot of feedback or question about some particular presentation, we will bring that person, we give him a long time, and we're going to do that anyway. We have a lineup now of people. So I will promise you, we will bring Al-Hadi again to have a round table for maybe 45 minutes. It's just, I want to move now to the second session, which we have 3 speakers all from Sudan, but I just want to check on them, and I'm sure they don't mind. So if you can let me know quickly, who is in Sudan, who is outside Sudan? So we give the priority to those in Sudan. Dr. Shazali, I know your co-author in Germany. Where are you, Dr. Shazali? Are you in Sudan or outside? Just write to me quickly, Dr. Are you in Sudan, ya Shazali? طيب عزت, where are you, Dr. عزت? Are you in Sudan or outside Sudan?
السلام عليكم بروف.
وين انت يا دكتور؟
انا موجود
في السودان؟
لا انا موجود في كايرو.
خلاص خليك بس في كايرو دي، اصبر لنا دقيقه نزل اللي بعدك. يا انت جايينك يا عزت، انت وين يا عزت؟
So in Cairo as well.
انا نزل بتاعنا البحوث، انا عندنا 2 من البحوث ومن المركز القومي. دكتور عبد القادر، انت وين يا دكتور عبد القادر؟ شكلك في البحوث انت قاعد. عمل ميوت يا دكتور.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
انت متصل من وين يا دكتور؟ من السودان؟
Thank you very much, Dr. Alam. I'm from Sudan. I'm in Sudan now.
يا سلام عليك. خلاص طيب بعد اذنكم with all يعني if you don't mind دكتور عزت and دكتور شاذلي, shall we go to him first before we lose him؟ لانه هو is calling from مدني ثاني. Do you mind يا دكتور عزت we get him before you؟ دكتور عزت, is it okay؟ دكتور عزت, دكتور شاذلي, are you okay we move دكتور عبد القادر and دكتور مها فارس؟ ثلاث نقول السكوت على الضروره. طيب يا دكتور عبد القادر, والله انا يا جماعه I took يعني just my ما دكتاتوريه مني, لكن I took لانه الثلاثه هم من السودان مكتوبين, لكن ديل ظهر ده من السودان right now in السودان. طبعا الشانس انه to lose his internet is very big. So دكتور عبد القادر, we are very grateful for you, Dr. Abdel Qadir Abdullah from the Agricultural Research Corporation in Sudan in Medani, and also Dr. Maha Abdul Latif from the National Research Council. Both of them are really talking to us on an important paper, Impact of Sudan War on Biodiversity. Dr. Abdel Qadir, everything, their CV, everything. Just to mention one thing before we give him the chance to speak. When I did my PhD 26 years ago, when I looked at the Agricultural Research Corporation of Sudan, which is headquartered out of the capital city, is in Medani, I found that, I don't know now, but that's 30 years ago, it is the largest agricultural research corporation in the entire Africa. Believe it or not, Sudan Agricultural Research Corporation, at that time they have like 583 scientists, all of them top universities. Newcastle, Aberdeen, Nottingham, Oxford, all of these top universities, they are researchers inside this corporation. And it was at some point the largest researchers in a country in Africa, they were in that corporation. So it's a big leading research center in the entire Africa. So the floor is yours, ya Doctor. Let me make you a co-host. It's very nice to see you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
We are very grateful. Go ahead, ya Doctor. Just put your slide and go ahead.
Okay, I think it is this presentation supposed to be done by Dr. Maha.
Is she here? Maha, are you here? Maha, can you raise your hand, ya Dr. Maha? Maha Abdul Latif, can you, Dr. Maha, can you join us quickly, please? I can see you here. Dr. Maha, can you unmute and start the presentation?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum assalam. Can you share your slides?
Yes.
Ya salam alaikum. Wallahi, we are very grateful and we don't know what to say. Wallahi, you are in Sudan and still talking about the impact of war on biodiversity. Wallahi, we feel very little compared to what you are doing. Can you start, ya Dr. Maha?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Can you bring the screen down شوية?
Yes. Yes.
We hear you, Doctor. Can you go ahead?
Yes. My presentation with my colleague, Dr. Abdel Qadir, from the Agricultural Research Corporation, is about impact of Sudan war on biodiversity.
يا دكتورة بس معلش بس few things. Let me number one and to mute دكتورة عبد القادر لأنه الصوت ده جاي منه. يلا دكتورة نحن we cannot see your head. Can you معلش بس تنت الكمبيوتر شوية؟ لا عكس بس لا no go back. لا العكس شوية لفوق يا دكتورة. شوية بس يا دكتورة. That's it خلاص يلا يا دكتورة تفضل يا دكتورة go ahead.
Okay.
بس ما تحركي تاني بعد.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Hello
everybody. This presentation is entitled Impact of Sudan War on Biodiversity. It covers the following contents: biodiversity concept and its contribution to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and monitoring and documenting Sudan biodiversity. It also talk about threats facing diversity and impact of Sudan war on it, and the Sudan biodiversity sustainability efforts.
ما شايفين يا دكتورة ما شايفين سلايدز. تقدر تعمل شير ولا نعمل لك شير من هنا؟
اوكي انا عملت شير غريبة. اوكي
ما ظهر لنا ما في شير معلش عارفين القصة دي كلها irritating للناس لكن عشان حريصين يعني to really give you the best chance يعني to show your work. ايوه ممتاز.
كبير
يلا كبير بس دوس على الشو. ايوه دوس السكرين الكبيرة.
تمام.
دوس العلامة تحت الشاشة دي سريع يا دكتور.
نعم.
ايوه الله يحفظك.
الله يديك العافية. Okay, I will go continue on the contents.
ما ظهرت لنا كبيرة يا دكتورة.
Here is a full screen.
في العلامة تحت دي يا دكتورة محل الشاشة جنب ال 73 دي جنبها في علامة بس اضغط لنا عليها.
ايوه. اوكي.
لا لسه ما جاتنا فول يا دكتورة.
يا نهار.
كده دوسيها تاني معلش.
طيب.
والله I apologize to all those either in the Zoom or outside, but it's very important يعني we get this right لأنه this is what.
Is it okay؟
خلاص يا دكتورة ما هي ستيل ما كبيرة ما أعرف ليه. المشكلة وين؟ أنت بيظهر لك السكرين كاملة في الكمبيوتر؟
نعم.
والله يا دكتورة I don't know ليش. خلاص ما في حل يا دكتورة خلاص جو اهيد. ارجع الى السكرين الاولى وابدي من الاولى عشان نكون شايفينك من الاول.
Okay. The covering page. Impact of Sudan biodiversity. Sudan war on biodiversity. Prepared by me, Dr. Maha Abdul Latif, Associate Professor in the National Center for Research, and Dr. Abdel Qadir Abdullah, Associate Professor from the Agricultural Research Corporation. The content of this presentation reflects biodiversity concept and contribution to the United Nations Development Goals, SDGs, and monitoring and documenting Sudan biodiversity and biodiversity threats and impact of Sudan war on biodiversity, in addition to the sustainability effort to Sudan biodiversity with recent examples and achieving sustainable development goal under war conditions and why we need to protect Sudan biodiversity after war, and key component to this conservation, and a brief conclusion. Biodiversity is defined as variability among living organisms from all ecosystems and covering diversity of species, genes, and ecosystem. It contributes to the SDGs directly and indirectly. The direct contribution can be seen in food provision, fuel, and raw material, and
دكتورة
also
I'm really sorry
Yeah.
والله عارف الناس زهقت مني لكن الظاهر انت بتتكلمي من عرض تاني لانه السلايد ما ماشيه وده يمكن يفسر انه السكرين ما كبير. انت فاتحه 2 باوربوينت قدامك؟
yes.
لا لما تكفي لواحد فيهم انت عامله شير
لا
للغلط.
لا أنا فاتحة واحد.
طيب اعمل ستوب للشير وشير ثاني يا دكتوره. ده عشان بس دايرين لمصلحه ده كلام دايرينه مهم يعني.
understand.
السلايد ما مشت والله يا دكتوره.
لحظة طيب.
اخدي راحتك بس اهم شيء احنا نقدر نساعدك انك تو جيت اوت الحاجه الكويسه اللي عملتها دي.
Is it okay now?
ما في سكرين ما في شير هسه.
أها.
ايوه يا سلام عليك يا دكتوره. لا ايوه كنت تمام. ارجع يا دكتوره.
اوكي.
لسه ما جاتنا السكرين. يلا دوسي السكرين الكبيره. ايوه دوسي العلامه بتاعت الشاشه الكبيره. ايوه
fine.
والله نفس المشكله يا دكتوره. انا خايف تكون انت يشير من حته ما عارف المشكله. ايوه بس كده بيتحرك خلاص. يلا واصي بعد ده كريون يا دكتوره.
اوكي. طيب. Biodiversity contributed to the SDGs directly and indirectly. Okay, the direct contribution can be seen in provision of food material, fuel, wood, and raw material, and income generating opportunities. The indirect one can be seen in sustaining ecosystem functioning, providing areas for education, training, scientific research, and ecotourism. And all these direct and indirect were devoted to the SDGs. Monitoring Sudan biodiversity, as you know, Sudan is rich in biological resources, and this monitoring began before the country independence, where flora and fauna were identified, but recent attention was given to the sustainable use of these biological resources and describe the possible threats facing it and to recommend appropriate conservation efforts. The threats to biodiversity come from climate change impact since Sudan is among the countries affected by climate change and consequences seen in rainfall, erratic rainfall, floods, and desertification, and so on. This climate change induces significant reduction in biological resources
معلش
as
والله
well as destroying the ecosystem. نعم.
دكتوره ام ريلي سوري. انا اسف والله لكن ما في حل. خليه يوقف الشير. خليه اشير لك من هنا يا دكتوره لانه يعني هتبقى مشكله دي.
اوكي.
ستوب الشير وخلينا اشير لك من هنا. واهم شيء تشوف الشير من عندي هنا عشان تقدر تتكلمي عنه. لانه ما داري يجي والله يا دكتوره. ما بعرف المشكله وين. ف للمصلحه العامه خلينا نشير من هنا.
اوكي نو بروبلم.
خلاص نقوم بس ارفع الكمبيوتر لفوق شويه عشان الصوره بتاعتك. بس خلاص يا دكتوره انا حشير لك من هنا. وبس في الاول اتاكدي انه انت شايف السكرين من هنا.
يس.
شايف السكرين؟
يس.
طيب يلا ابدي وانا بعمل لك النكست سريع عشان التسجيل ده يتم صحيح. اتفضل يا دكتوره.
Okay. Sorry for the disturbance. This chapter is entitled Impact of Sudan War on Biodiversity, prepared by me, Dr. Maha Abdellatif, Associate Professor in the National Center for Research, and my colleague, Dr. Abdelkader Abdullah, Associate Professor from the Agriculture Research Corporation. Next. Please. It covers the following concept of biodiversity and its contribution to the SDGs, also monitoring Sudan biodiversity and identifying their threats, and impact of Sudan war on biodiversity, sustainability efforts for this biodiversity with examples of recent efforts, and then how to achieve SDGs under war conditions, and why we need to protect our biodiversity after war, and key conservation components, and a brief conclusion. Please. Okay. Biodiversity defines as variability among living organisms from all ecosystems, covering 3 levels: species, genetic, and ecosystem diversities. Okay. Please. Biodiversity contributed to the SDGs, either direct, both direct and indirect contribution can be seen. The direct contribution appear in provision of food sources, fuel, wood, raw material for different uses, and income generating opportunities. The indirect contribution is seen in sustaining ecosystem functioning, providing areas for education, training, scientific research, and ecotourism. And these all benefits, direct and indirect contribution, are in line with the SDGs. Yes? Please. Okay. Sudan is rich in biodiversity, and monitoring and identifying these biological resources start earlier before the country independence, where agricultural and forest flora were identified in addition to domestic animal and insect fauna. But recently, there is a growing attention towards evaluating sustainable use of this biodiversity and describing their threats and recommend appropriate conservation efforts for them. Next. Biodiversity is threatened by 2 main factors. The first factor is climate change, where Sudan is among the countries affected by climate change and its consequences, seen in erratic rainfall, eventual floods, desertification, and etc. Climate change has altered ecosystem and decreased biological resources. The second factor threatening biodiversity resulting from human intervention, and this intervention is described by ecologists as an ecocide process. Human intervention can be seen in unsustainable use of biological resources and ecological pollution and destroying ecosystem. And this all lead to reduction in biodiversity in Sudan. Yes, please. Okay. Sudan war has imposed different impacts on biodiversity that can be seen in forcing humans to move from conflict zone to safer areas where they make use of the available biological resources, but unfortunately in an unsustainable way that they affected these biological resources and ecosystem. Also, Sudan war induced reduction in plant cover due to burning this cover or cutting or whatever it is, but there is a reduction in plant cover in addition to reduction in animal species by direct killing, direct shooting these animals, overhunting, or inducing passive effects such as absence of veterinary services and fodder shortages. Sudan war also negatively affected wildlife in protected areas and bioreserve, and destroying natural museum and gene banks constructed to conserve the biological resources and genetic resources for the country. Okay. Yes, next, please. There are some sustainability efforts done to conserve Sudan biodiversity, such as implementation of multidisciplinary and multi-institutional research and conservation projects. The data obtained from these resources or research projects were used to encourage the sustainable use of biological resources to guarantee the future benefits from these resources. Yes. Next, please. Yes. Example of biodiversity sustainable project or efforts can be seen in the initiative launched by the United Nations Environment Programme and the European Union during last March this year in Zindir National Park in Sudan. The aim of this project is to enhance food security for the local and displaced people around and in the park, and also to reduce social conflicts and enable benefit sharing for the biological resources. Yes. There are some studies evaluating or discussing the possibility to achieve SDGs under war conditions. These studies reveal that war and armed conflicts reducing the possibility of achieving SDGs and inducing poverty within an increasing rate. Thus, it recommends that when we are going to achieve SDG, first of all, we have to set peace, or peace setting is a prerequisite. Yes, please. Next. Okay. Why we need to protect Sudan biodiversity after war? If we do so, if we protect our biodiversity, we ensure sustaining its ecosystem functioning and providing necessary or basic needs for the human, i.e. implementing SDGs, and enabling researchers and stakeholders to evaluate the impact of war on biodiversity and recommend appropriate conservation methods. Also, we can encourage the community to participate in biodiversity conservation with enrollment of youth and women sector. Yes, please. Okay. The key components for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use include environmental education, training and awareness raising among the different stakeholders on biodiversity value, and also sustainable use and maintenance of these resources, and strengthening of the legislation and policies of biodiversity conservation efforts. And the most important is the enrollment of local communities in every conservation activity. Yes. Please, next. In conclusion, this chapter highlighted that biodiversity is related to SDGs devoted to the protection, restoration, and promotion of sustainable use and conservation efforts. Significant action to reduce biodiversity loss and climate change mitigations are becoming a prerequisite and a challenging issue for ecologists and researchers and other stakeholders. But it emphasizes that in Sudan, it is very crucial to conserve or to protect biodiversity to ensure ecosystem and biological resources resilience that sustain livelihood and well-being for humans, and also to ensure achieving SDGs and integrating conservation efforts and engaging multidisciplinary stakeholders. Sorry for the first interruption, and thank you for following. Thank you. If you have any question or comment, please.
Victor, thank you very, very much, Professor Abdelgadir. Shukran jazilan. Thank you very much. Yani, if you see him there, he's from office in Madani Agriculture Research Corporation. Wallahi, this is a great way, fantastic way. We appreciate it. I have one question quickly because I think we have to move لأنه عندنا restriction of time. Dr. Abdelkader, in one of the pictures Dr. Maha showed, it says this picture is taken by the author. I think that was you in 2025. So that means you have witnessed this by your eyes. I want to ask you about something we have heard last year in the news. One of the major serious sad destruction in the Agricultural Research Corporation is a gene bank. I know this gene bank in Madani. Can you tell us exactly if it really been destructed, really is being damaged? And if yes, how valuable what we have lost in that gene bank? عمل unmute يا دكتور. I think it is the only one in Sudan, but anyway, tell us يا دكتور. عمل unmute يا دكتور. Can you unmute? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Alam. Thank you very much, Dr. Maha, for the good presentation. You are asking me now about what is happening to the gene bank at ARC, Sudan. Yeah, yes, Dr. Alam. Unfortunately, the Agricultural Research Corporation headquarters is affected badly by the war. Okay, because I don't want to say what is happening exactly because I have fled to White Nile since the start up of the war. But do you know? Unfortunately, almost all the buildings of ARC and its centers have been affected badly by the war. Due to the gene bank, it is also affected. There were more than 30 refrigerators that has been containing the specimens of the gene banks. They were all stolen by thieves. They were all stolen and they were all taken away from ARC, and the specimens were distributed. But now there is a good attempt to return them back. Okay. Now the center of the gene bank is doing a great work to save what remained from that specimens. Okay. If you allow me, Dr. Alam, I want to talk about the monitoring and documentation projects which were held by the Agricultural Research Corporation and National Research Center and University of Khartoum, University of Shandi, University of Kordofan. It was great efforts done in these projects, and a lot of specimens of insects and of weeds were collected, and for trees and other things, there are good documentation done by the teams. These teams were led by Dr. Maha, and it was very great work. And I think this work should be continued after war is stopping. Also, I want to talk about the enrollment of the local community. Since I am a leader of a Scout and one of the establishers of the Scout technological Scouts troops in Wad Madani, and also in White Nile, where I live now. Due to the war, I have established troops and groups of Scouts training people, and this work is very, very methodological work. And I will refer back to Dr. Al-Hadi presentation about the leadership. And I agree with him in what he's going to, but I want to add very important thing that the Scout methodology should be inserted in the curricula of education. Especially for the primary schools, intermediate schools, and secondary schools in the Sudan, because it will build up the character of the young people and infants. The Scout movement is very good and do a great job. In building capacities of young people. Thank you very much, Dr. Alam. Thank you very much, Dr. Maha. Greeting for all of the experts that are listening for us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdelgadir, and everyone is watching us. And we're going to carry this appeal to FAO, all funders, the countries who have shown interest, and some of our founders to support this ARC, not particularly out of Sudan, but I tell you why. I know this ARC in and out. Definitely, I don't know it like Abdelgadir or other, but I'm just reading for you. This is my PhD 26 years ago. I'm reading to you about ARC. This is documented more than 30 years ago. ARC, the Agricultural Research Corporation, the one where Dr. Abdelgadir is talking to us, is the oldest in Africa. The oldest in Africa. This is not my word. This is documented by reference. And the major research institution is Sudan. Oldest in Africa, entire Africa. This is the oldest one. And is a major research in agriculture in Sudan. ARC counted for nearly half the country. Half the country, which country is Sudan? Half. Imagine the entire Sudan researchers, half of them counted by the agricultural research capacity in terms of full-time equivalent. This is by ISNAR, ISNAR. This is a big organization. So the oldest in Africa, they hold 50% of the research in agriculture in the entire country. And I will give you a proof. I guess why he's talking, I managed to get it. Back when I was at the University of Sussex, this was given to me by Professor Allah Yatawil fi Umru, Uthman Ahmed Ali Ajib. He was the Director General of the Agricultural Research Corporation. This man and his Professor Abdullah Al-Ahmadi and others, this was by ICARD, the International Center for Agricultural Research in Dry Areas, about wheat production and improvement in the Sudan. And this is a book he gave me when I was doing my PhD. So when I came to Sussex, I had my colleagues. At that time, he was a PhD student. I'm going to show it to you now. He did his PhD, used this book. This book has been with us for 30-something years. He said to me, Alam, I need some sources about hybrids and gene and blah, blah, blah in Africa. I gave him this one, and he borrowed it. And he said, there's fantastic work here. And this is a PhD student back in 2004. He's a professor now at one of the leading research centers in the entire country here. I will show you him. This professor benefits from your work, and you can see him. Professor, he was a PhD student at the time I gave him that book to use. Adrian Ailey, the professor of technology and sustainability at ISBRU. ISBRU is the leading science and technology policy research unit in the entire country. Number one in the country here in the UK is ISBRU. He did his PhD, he referred to the work done by Agricultural Research Corporation. It's not just we are very proud of what we have been doing in Sudan for many, many years, but I think Abdelgadir and all the colleagues you have, we send them our best wishes, and I can tell you that we stand with you in any documentation, any work we can do, make no doubt, but we will support you. And for the sake of this quickly, ISBRU, the University of Sussex, when they transferred the library, the bookstore into electronic version, they had a petition. They said, who is going to submit a proposal to work the best benefit of our library where shall we send it? And I submitted that. We send it to the Sudan because it will save East Africa and so on. We gave us, we succeeded, and we transfer all this library to Sudan, and it is in the University of Khartoum. I have visited this during the revolution. I have seen it there. It's the best library. From UK, went all the way to Sudan. And so we will stand with you. We will definitely come back to you on this. I need to move because we already exceeded our time. But we are very grateful to both of you, Dr. Maha and Dr. Abdul Qadir. Inshallah, wallahi, everything, all your efforts will see. They will really see. I don't know what to say, but it's painful, really. The only gene center in the entire ARC is being destroyed and the samples was lost. Thank you very much, both of you. And we have to move now because we already moved from other colleagues. Now we're going to go to Dr. Izzat Al-Mubarak. He's also from Sudan, from University of Khartoum. He's going to talk to us about utilizing jatropha oil as a gap filler for energy balance in Sudan reconstruction. He's a well-respected academic, very disciplined people. I have to say this. Everyone has been very disciplined in terms of responding to us, chapters, but really, Dr. Izzat, also Dr. Shazali, fantastic people. You didn't even realize they are in Sudan, they are struggling. They send the chapters, correction, they really top academics. So I think we gave you your co-host, Dr. Izzat, and thank you for accepting to let us take those people before you. Go ahead, Dr. Izzat. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam, Doctor.
Can you see me? Right now, can you see me?
Now we yes, we can see you and we can see the screen, but not yet your board.
Well, that's great. So I would start with the presentation like that. Is that okay?
We see you. Fantastic. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Prof. Alam, and I thank all the audience, all the participants, my colleagues, and I hope we are on the right time to reconstruct our country, our beloved country, Sudan, and we would like to share with you some research outputs with regards to jatropha oil as a gap to fill the balance in Sudan's energy post-war. I'm not here going to go into a lot of talks. I'll be focusing on the research. The content is introduction, chapter, objectives, and propose and purpose, and research activities, jatropha oil performance, blending plant proposal, and conclusion recommendations. So first of all, I would like to introduce that this is quite depletion of conventional oil reserves have been created attention to heavy oil and extra heavy oil across the world. So people would like to search for other means of an unconventional oil. So the heavy oil reserves is a trend now, and heavy oil is the majority of Sudan reserves as well. So yet not optimally exploited compared with light reserves. So if we look at this picture as a global view of the heavy oil, which is representing 21%, and the conventional oil 47%, and we see the trend of consumption, the forecast up to 2035, there is a remarkable increase of heavy oil exploitation and bitumen market. So what is heavy oil? What's heavy crude oil? How can we introduce it? I just want to share with you because some of you might not be oil disciplined. So heavy oil is defined as the oil of API gravity less than 20 degrees, and or viscosity is more than 100 centipoise. Also, World Heavy Oil Conference considers the heavy oil to be any oil of API less than 22.3. And bitumen oil, shale, and tar sand are commonly defined as extra heavy oil. Viscosity is of high negative impact on flow, of course, because it resists the flow of oil, and it will hinder the production profile as well. So it's a classification of crude oil by API gravity and viscosity, adopted by ASCII et al. In 2002. The picture is quite self-explaining. Now, let us drift into the Sudan situation, where Fula Northeast is high reserve field in West Kordofan, and the oil initially in place was 311 millions of stock barrel. So the recovery factor is only 36%. And the daily production right now is 7,500. Now it's stopped by the war, but that was before the war, this area. And if it goes like that, it will proceed up to 42 years of production. However, solving this problem would expedite the recovery of more heavy oil and give us a positive contribution to the national economy and secure more oil for the consumption. So it is well known that the key parameter in pipeline design and operation is the maximum allowable operating pressure, which is MAOP, that's abbreviated like that. This defines the maximum pressure under routine operating conditions. If we have viscous oil, this will lead to more pressure on the pipeline that might be exceeding the MAOP, that might cause the damage to the pipeline facilities. So this is our objective of the research. If we look at high drag in the key element for the viscosity. So 3 techniques are well recognized for drag reduction, mainly in situ upgrading, friction reduction, and viscosity reduction, so as to protect the facilities from damage. The in situ upgrading is just injecting hydrothermal upgrading. It's not our field of study here. And friction reduction techniques also by drag reducing additives, meaning to say adding chemicals to reduce the viscosity, to reduce the drag, or core annular flow as well is also one of the types. Then we have viscosity reduction, which have got 4 well established in the literature: heating, emulsification, pool point reduction, or dilution. And each approach has got its own pro and cons, no silver bullet. For us, it is dilution the most appropriate for Sudan case. So the objective of this chapter is all about improving the flow assurance of heavy oil by means of viscosity reduction. The driving target is to fill the gap of energy shortage. That's our target for this chapter. And Jatropha oil is a research solvent for the viscosity reduction. And plantation of Jatropha would be making use of the produced water that is usually associated with our oil industry and gas production. That is to say, making a friend of a devil by turning the challenge into environmental opportunity. This is how we managed to source the Jatropha oil. These Jatropha seeds were collected from Jatropha shrubs planted at the premises of Khartoum refinery. Out of the wastewater, we planted these trees. Here we collect the dry the seeds and put them in the shed so that it will be dried under the not under the sun directly, so as to keep the yield of the oil and keep the quality of the oil as well. Here is seeds ready for cold mechanical pressing. Let me share with you a short video here is how we press. So filtration by strainer, we have also, we know that the yield of the Jatropha oil is 33.8%. And we do purification by means of gravity. So the settlement is by gravity. So the laboratory equipment, we have 5 solvents in comparative with Jatropha oil, with ethanol, naphtha, kerosene, light crude oil, and Jatropha oil is the research diluent. With Brookfield RVDV1 viscometer, we managed to do the experiments. So the ranking among other solvents is clearly stated here. Number 2, immediately after naphtha and kerosene. And this is the modeling of the regression equations, which relates the temperature with the viscosity. And the modeling is telling us that Jatropha oil is giving us the best rank number 1, which is optimum temperature of 30 degrees centigrade and viscosity reduction of 95% of the crude oil. Now, this is the cost of each solvent for different scenarios for full East heavy crude oil production example, meaning to say, if we want to build a commingling plant, so the still economic viability goes and favor Jatropha oil. This is the proposal for our Jatropha oil blending plant, where we have the produced water, our enemy friend, Jatropha farm, then Jatropha oil pressing mills, just simple like as I mentioned, as you see in the video. Then receiving tank, settling tank, and then the blending tank with the crude heavy oil and export pipeline. So in conclusion, I would say that it is confirmed that Jatropha is ranked the first among the hydrocarbon and non-hydrocarbon solvents, giving a percentage of 25% commingling percentage by volume and temperature of 30 degrees centigrade, achieving viscosity reduction of 95.8%. Jatropha also diluent is more cost effective compared with other solvents in the research. For instance, the price of Jatropha oil is $0.85 per liter, while the kerosene is 0.87 and naphtha is 0.66, and let alone the price of ethanol, which is 1.1 per liter. From an environmental point of view, also Jatropha plantation is an adding value for CO2 sink. In this regard, Sudan carbon credit will get help to be preserved. And upon depletion of the heavy oil heavy crude oil fields, we expect Jatropha Oil can continue using the same facilities with potential to establish a record of transforming a fossil fuel field into biofuel field, which is a new paradigm in environmental opportunity to be recognized, adding to the sustainable development aspect. And as an estimated fund of only $10 million would secure a pilot project for establishing Jatropha Oil dilution plant. A pilot project can also give its results in 36 months only. I would like to conclude here also that this work is related entirely with SDG 7, affordable clean energy, and SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, as well as SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 17, partnership. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope I was to the point and reserving the time of all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wallahi. Really, your presentation was very sharp, very clear. Thank you very much. And also you helped us with the time. I really appreciate that. Two questions. This question came to you here. Maybe we start with this one very quickly. Quickly يا دكتور. قال لك في question هنا يعني social factor. قال لك the farming of a Jatropha oil that is it economically يعني where is it؟ خلينا أقرأ لك سريع بس is Jatropha farming economical in terms of land and water use, and how does it cost compared to fossil fuels? Very good question.
Actually, thank you very much for this one. Actually, I already mentioned that in the presentation itself. If you look at this slide, it will show you the cost of Jatropha in US dollars for commingling 10,000 to give us something like 42,000. But I would like also to add here a very important fact, and I like this question as well, because Jatropha plantation, actually, in terms of sourcing the water itself, we make use of the produced water, which is a problem by itself in terms of how to handle the produced water. In addition to that, it also the land use already is available. Instead of planting forest trees like what we are doing right now in terms of mahogany and teak and this and that, we can reserve Jatropha field, and we have a good small pilot project in refinery, Khartoum refinery. It was very successful one, and the Jatropha oil was very successful element when we do it in the laboratory. But still, I would like also to function to point to stick on the point that plantation would also mobilize the economy of the local area, where you can give more jobs to the youth and to the poor people as well. I hope I managed to answer the question.
ممتاز. Excellent يا دكتور. One question before you go. اللابس والماشينريز والتولز والتستنج ده كله, do you know if it is still there or is being destroyed as well? يعني اللابس اللي جبت عليه في الصور والفيديو.
Well, this is a very good question. The laboratories where I did the research is Khartoum, is petroleum center laboratories, and for sure it is a lot of damage, especially the brestometers and like. And by the way, I pressed the oil in Omdurman in a small workshop of a guy called Salah. You can see him in the video, and he helped me a lot. But I am sure, actually, let me say, I am not sure whether he's still there, because Omdurman have been damaged a lot. So this is, but anyway, the fund I put in the
10 million and then
would fit for all that. We can cover for all that.
That was the question I wanted to ask you. 10 million will if you start from scratch with that 10 million, which is not too much money, by the way.
Yeah.
you can build the whole thing. Thank you very much. Well, this is fantastic, yeah, Doctor. Thank you very much. We will move to a rather similar, not similar, but very related to this topic. And I'm really glad and I'm really grateful, Dr. Hisham, for your patience with us. We're going to go to Dr. Hisham Shazali and Professor Yahya Adam, both of them from University of Khartoum. They're going to present to us in the same line, nature-based solutions for Sudan reconstruction, a roadmap to sustainability and resilience. Really, I like the title. Dr. make you co-host. So Dr. Shazali, you are a co-host. I don't know who is presenting, you or Professor Yahya. I made you co-host, sorry, Shazali.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Yes, I will be presenting.
Let's go ahead, yeah, Dr. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me share
Thank you very much for your patience and for your collaboration.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Professor Allam.
Really, everyone here commented positively about you. You're so humble and you're so responsive to all the editorial correction they ask you. So it's good when you hear from my colleagues here telling me about someone and I say, who is this? And then it end up, it was you. So thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Professor Allam, and thank you for all. You are welcome, all. Let us start our presentation.
نزل السكرين شوية يا دكتور عشان تظهر صوتك.
Now it's okay.
الكمبيوتر في جاب كبير بينك وبين السيلينج لو if you tilt
it's okay.
لا شوية تاني. يعني جيب السكرين عليك أكتر. شوية بس حتة تاني.
Because I'm
خلاص go ahead يا دكتور go ahead.
let me check. Yeah, it's okay now.
نزعلك للأفضل دائما.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Allam. Hello, everyone. Now we'll be presenting our chapter already submitted to WASD, Nature-Based Solution for Sudan Reconstruction.
We can't see the slides. The slides are not there.
Pardon?
We can't see the slides.
Why? Because already shared. It's not in the shared?
No, we only see you.
Okay, now let me share it. Okay.
It's coming, yeah. And just make it big and go. Yes, we see it. Just make it big, show and go. No, go. Just present now.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Allam. So our presentation today will be for nature-based solution for Sudan reconstruction, a roadmap for sustainability and resilience. I think all of us know what's the situation now in Sudan. So we will just, we follow the same trend which we have it in our chapter. So we start with introduction and then understanding what is nature-based solution. I would prefer to use the abbreviation MBS for nature-based solution. Why nature-based solution? Key nature-based solution, intervention and institutional policies, challenges for implication and for implementation, and then some success stories in Sudan. So for the introduction, why nature-based solutions? Actually, Sudan is grappling with severe environmental degradation, widespread poverty, and damaged infrastructure after the war. All of us, we know what happening now in the war area. So the conventional recovery efforts often ignore the environmental and social foundation of resilience. This is why we look for the nature-based solution. A nature-based solution, why nature-based solution? Because it offers a holistic approach. This holistic approach is by restoring degraded ecosystem, support livelihood and food security, and strengthening climate and disaster resilience, promote social cohesion and peace. And the final key message from our first slide, that nature-based solution link environmental recovery with sustainable peace, a critical foundation for Sudan long-term reconstruction. So this figure is just explaining or clarifying what are the nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions have prime potential to help to address global challenges. Global challenges is not for Sudan only, but for the global. That is climate change, economic and social development, human health, food and security, and water security, disaster risk reduction, blah, blah, blah. Okay, nature-based solution can provide long-term environmental, societal, and economic benefits. And this is what we need from the nature-based solution. And maybe the definition for nature-based solution as by the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, that action to address societal challenges through the protection, sustainable management, and restoration of ecosystem, benefiting both biodiversity and human well-being. And I think the previous presenters, they have giving the highlight on biodiversity loss and the impacts on biodiversity. So nature-based solution can provide long-term environmental and social and economic efforts by adaptation to climate change. We'll see green jobs, clean air and water, disaster risk reduction, community resilience, health benefits, etc. So and more clarification is that example for nature-based solution. These are examples, but it's not limited to. The sample for the nature-based solution application and in protection of restoration of coastal ecosystem, protection, restoration, and sustainable use of forest landscape. Usually, forest is the mother of the fundamental element of the nature-based solution: protection, restoration, and management of wetlands, providing space for rivers, and so many other applications. Even the traditional medicines we use in Sudan are nature-based solutions. So time and is not, we are just giving examples, but these examples are representative and not limited to. So here we have some examples of what nature-based solution projects in Sudan. The 4 photos are just for some projects in sub-Saharan Africa, and the other is by UNDP in Sudan. The project by UNDP in Sudan is among smallholder rain-fed farmers and pastoralists. The project abbreviated as SRFB in the White Nile states. This is a good example for nature-based solutions interventions in Sudan. Understanding nature-based solution. Nature-based solution approaches are approaches that protect, sustainable, manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystem as we defined by IUCN. The primary goals, they aim to address major societal challenges, including climate change, mitigation and adaptation, food security, water management, disaster risk reduction, and then the co-benefits of nature-based solution. It enhances biodiversity by preserving habitats and ecosystem. I think from the last presentation, the biodiversity, I think there is some cross-sectoral with our presentation now, which we are running. Improving resilience of communities and ecosystem to shocks and stress. All these are the co-benefits of nature-based solution. Also, it play a role in supporting inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring benefit for all. This is a sample for 2 publications from UN agencies about the nature-based solutions. One for peace, this is by UNDP, and the second one by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, about strengthening the coherence between forestry and social protection for sustainable agri-food system transformation. And as I mentioned, forestry is a core component of nature-based solution. My co-author, Professor Yahya, will also give some highlight. He's a professor of forestry and a full professor of forestry and livelihood. Why nature-based solution? Actually, Sudan ecosystem are under pressure. This is because of deforestation, as you see in the image, land degradation, water scarcity, soil erosion, and are widespread, threatening both biodiversity and livelihood. Deforestation maybe is one of the challenges now we are facing, especially during the war time, because the people, they lack the gas, they lack many sources for energy, so they used to cut trees and forests for burning for food and others purposes. So Sudan ecosystem are fragile because of deforestation, water scarcity, erosion, etc. Communities also rely mainly on nature. A large portion of the population depend directly on natural resources for farming, grazing, and energy. So this is why now we come to nature-based solution as a pathway to recovery and peace by restoring degraded land, protecting watershed, enhancing natural resilience. Also, it can rebuild natural capital, support for livelihood, and reduce environmental drivers of conflict. Key nature-based interventions. For ecosystem, we have maybe 3-4 interventions. For ecosystem restoration, we have reforestation, wetland and rangeland restoration, sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture, actually, it's represented by agroforestry. This integrating trees with crops and livestock system to enhance productivity. Also, we used to have drought-resilient crops, promoting crop varieties that withstand climate stress and ensure food security. Also, we have urban nature-based solution, this urban greening, planting trees, creating parks, and expanding green spaces to cool cities. And I think I will give, at the end, I will give a short video for 2 minutes to explain the concept very clear. Institutional and policy framework, the existing, I mean the existing institutional policy framework, the existing foundation. Sudan has developed several climate change and environmental protection policies. However, implementation is often fragmented and inconsistent across the sectors and regions. So the diverse stakeholder, multiple actors are involved in environmental and climate-related efforts, including government ministries, international donors and development agencies, local and international NGOs, and community-based organizations or CBOs. The key challenges we need, or the key challenges is manifested by the overlapping mandates of the different ministries and the weak coordination between the ministries and lack of integrated planning for nature-based approaches. Also, one of the major challenges is the limited capacity for cross-sectoral collaboration. So we urgently need a harmonized national strategy for nature-based solution. This, I think we need a multi-dimensional strategy that bridges the gap between the finance, the governance, and the cross-sector collaboration and the community inclusion. So we need to mainstreaming nature-based solution into national development, climate, and peace-building agenda. Strategic pathways forward, hence I think we came to what we are looking for. We need to develop a national nature-based solution strategy. And as mentioned in the previous slide, we need a multidimensional strategy. We need to mobilize climate finance and international support. We need to strengthen local capacity and institutions. Also, we need to enable community-led action, because community is the core. The success of the MBS depends mainly on the community-led action. This figure or diagram maybe explain the strategic pathways forward, and it can be from bottom up and then the reverse, bottom up to represent the engagement, and then from up down is for the leadership. Then we came to the success stories for reforestation in Sudan. We have a project funded by or financed by the GCF. GCF is a Green Climate Fund. It's one of the instrumental finance by the UNFCCC, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change. The project being in period of 2021 to 2024. It maybe ended after the war. The project in an area of 3,500 hectares in Kas, South Darfur. The project creates 650 jobs, a strong women and youth participation. And because of the success of the project, the model is being scaled to other states, Central Darfur, with the GCF support, the Green Climate Fund support. This photo gives the good reflection or the image of the project. This is the area before, and this is the area after in Kas. And the project already aligned with several sustainable development goals. So for example, we have SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 15, life on land, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. And SDG 5 is the most important for gender equality, because the project involved both women and the youth in the project. And SDG number 1, no poverty, because community have improved livelihood. And we have partnership for goals SDG 17, because the project is being model scaled up with the Green Climate Fund. Support shows strong international collaboration. Then we have something related to what Dr. Izzat is saying, is that the bioremediation in Sudan oil fields. Maybe I have been having a comment for Dr. Izzat that to make use of the produced water, it should be after the bioremediation. Then now this bioremediation in Sudan oil field is a good example or a success story for the nature-based solutions, because we use to have nature-based solution for the huge amount of the produced water in the oil fields. For example, maybe we hear that for each oil barrel, we have 8 produced water barrel. This now is a bioremediation bond. They use native grasses for clearing the water, but not to be used as a drinking water, but to be used for irrigation for forests and, say, for example, Jatrova and other. The left side image is for oil spills in soil, and also they use some types of bacteria and cow dung to clear the soil by process of bioremediation to restore polluted soil and water using biological processes, microbial degradation, and phytoremediation. And this icon is better explaining how nature-based solution is working. So, and finally, the soil will be ready for cropping, and you see the community now, they are planting planting trees. After clearing the soil, we can use normal water for irrigation, and then the soil is okay for cropping any other edible crops. Finally, we came to the policy recommendation, and our policy recommendations lie into 3 areas of domains. We have institutional framework by establishing a national nature-based solution task force to coordinate nature-based solution planning and implementation and cross-sector integration. Also to update environmental and land use laws. This all under the domain for institution framework. Then we came to the other domain, finance and partnership. Also, we need to strengthen readiness for GCF and GEF support. GEF is a global environment facility support to build an institutional capacity to access climate finance, and this is a big issue for Sudan. Third is the capacity building and innovation, and this can be by launching vocational and nature-based solution training program to equip youth and communities with the skills for ecosystem restoration, green jobs, and project management. Finally, we need to fund and scale pilot nature-based solution project. This will, by demonstrating impact and relief, refine scalable models in different ecological zones. Also, I just put this diagram to show the policy recommendation as mentioned in the previous slides. Then we came to a short video, what is just 1 or 2 minutes, about nature-based solution, how we put nature to work. I hope you enjoy this 1 or 2 minutes with this video.
Wow, our communities are growing. There are more hard surfaces like roads, buildings, and parking lots, and there are so few green spaces left. Our climate is becoming wilder and wetter. All those hard surfaces, where will the water go? How will people protect their homes and businesses? Here's a solution. They've created a wetland. It's soaking up the rainwater like a sponge. Oh no! The storm has washed away soil from along the exposed stream bank in this farmer's field. When soil washes into our streams, it carries pollutants with it and muddies the water, making it hard for fish and other freshwater creatures to live. The farmer looks concerned. He's calling for help. How clever! He's planted trees and shrubs to hold the soil in place and filter the rainwater runoff. This natural buffer is nature's water treatment plant. Ah, here comes the sun. Whew, it's getting really hot. Our climate keeps getting warmer. Looks like that man is really feeling the heat. How can he make his yard cooler? Yes, trees and forests. They provide cooling shade. They're nature's air conditioner. This is nature at work. Our cities, our air and water, protecting our homes and livelihoods. Put nature to work in your community. Plant it, protect it, enjoy it.
Finally, we came to conclusion. Nature-based solutions are vital for rebuilding peace, livelihood, and ecosystem in post-conflict Sudan. They directly support the Sustainable Development Goals, address climate challenges, and promote long-term stability. So it's time for call to action. It's time to scale up nature-based solution, moving from isolated pilot projects to a core pillar of national reconstruction efforts. And our final message is that nature-based solutions are not optional. They are essential for Sudan's sustainable and peaceful future. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا يا دكتور. Thank you very much يا دكتور. Of course, thank you also to your co-author because you are Professor يحيى علام. يحيى نديك بروفيسور دقيقة كده أو بس تعرف نفسك لأنه هلاقي البرزنتيشن خلص، لكن برضه الناس يعرفوك أنت الكو-author. اتفضل يا بروفيسور. اعمل أميوت يا بروفيسور.
بروف يحيى خليك أميوت.
يحيى أنت أميوت. اعمل ميوت. اعمل أميوت. أيوه اتفضل.
Hello everyone. This is Yahya Umar Adam. I am a forester by professional, and I did my PhD here in Germany, where I am now involved in projects that dealing with sustainable food system. And just I want to add some models that traditionally implemented in Sudan as a nature-based solution. When you just see the traditional agroforestry system in the Gum Arabic Belt, where acacia, sayal, Senegal, and crops planted, that is a traditional nature-based solution. And I think that system was very successful, producing gum, supporting the economic and socio-economic aspect of the family, and at the same time conserving the soil and enriching the soil with nutrients. That is a good example. And I think rehabilitation of nature-based solution related to Gum Arabic Belt is very important, because that is our willing to do that as soon as possible to serve our climate, and at the same time to develop the socio-economic aspect of the rural community in Gum Arabic Belt. That is what I want to add.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor. As I said, we hope to see you. And also, we mentioned earlier, Dr. Ahmed Saad, one of the key contributor to Sudan knowledge, a real scientist with you in Germany from the National Research Council in Sudan, sorry, National Research Center. Wonderful. She wrote and she did a lot of work on the environment, and I'm glad you know her. Dr. Chadali, just one question. You have watched the presentation by Dr. Abdelkader and Dr. Amaha. And Dr. Amaha showed a lot of pictures about the destruction to the nature. You remember that pictures, a lot of them. So our nature is being, I don't want to say destroyed, but there's a lot of burning, a lot of destruction. How positive you are? We can rebuild, we can apply what you have just presented in terms of going back to our nature and use this solution. Are we going to have, can these solutions be applied before we really rehabilitate this nature, which is already being burned? How positive you are?
Yeah, of course, this is nature-based solution can interfere with what is happening now, even for biodiversity and for other sectors. And for example, as we mentioned, one of the nature-based solution intervention is reforestation. And by this reforestation, we can يعني we can say for make the degraded land and the cutted forest and the damage mainly being to these sectors, it can be maintained against this nature-based solution. And maybe Rafiq can add something.
Unmute يا يحيى. اعمل unmute يا دكتور بروفيسور يحيى. قادر تعمل unmute يا يحيى؟ ما في مشكلة، ان شاء الله حنشوفكم تاني. We will see you again definitely. والله I'm very grateful. Maybe I will say this in Arabic. واحد رسل لي في الواتساب قال لي السودان ما بتجي ويا عوجه. معلش I will say it in Arabic بعدين maybe the translation. قال لي السودان ما بيجي ويا عوجه. قال لي العلماء اللي عنده ديل، قال لي ديل براون الله حافظهم به. والله is true. شوف هيئة البحوث الزراعية والمركز القومي للبحوث قاعد خرطوم، يعني ما شاء الله. هو الأسبوع اللي فات جامعة وين ولسه جايين ناس كتار، ولسه جايكم بروفيسور تغوى وغيره. يعني والله الواحد so proud. والله I've never been proud يعني by our fellow Sudanese. يعني ما في تاني، ما في فعلا. والله كلامه ده صح. In English, a Sudanese guy just sent me. He said, nothing will happen to Sudan. They just look to these scientists, these experts. They will be destroyed. والله it's true. يعني شوف جبال عزت قال لك very good word. قال لك if you get this 10 million we count it for all these machineries again. Now والله very grateful يا دكتور شاذلي وسانكي والكلام. By the way, all this is already been written. They are in chapters. يعني we'll read it in full يعني إن شاء الله. وإن شاء الله والله our aim is to make these publications available across the whole world. We promise and we will deliver إن شاء الله. This is our job. نحن ما قاعدين في النار في السودان، لكن إن شاء الله we will do our best. We're going to go. بس قبل ما أمشي, before we go to Qatar, I think Professor Taqwa is in Qatar right now. I'm not sure, but I think she's in Qatar. And Professor Amiru in the US. Professor Amiru, thank you very much. I remember from the start you are with us. We'll introduce both of them, but I remember I'm very interested. Whenever I do my case studies, I use airlines quite a lot. One of the survey, they said to people traveling more than 6-hour flight, say like from London to Riyadh or Qatar or whatever it is. They said, what is the best time you enjoy over the flight? And they said the last 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And they asked them why. And they said, particularly overnight flight. If we're going to the US now, for example, overnight flight and so on. They said the first 1 hour is all about you get off the belt and a lot of announcement and the captain will tell you blah, blah, blah. So it's very disturbed 1 year. And then they said the piece in the middle, the next 2 hours. So the first 2 hours, a lot of announcement, and then they start to move the food and so on. The next 2 hours, where you either sleep or you watch a movie or something. But the last 2 hours, where they said you either, if you have slept, likely, you wake up to hear that now we are descending. The word descending means we are going to go down somehow. And now we are descending. And they said that when you hear that word descending, psychologically, you are coming close to your country. That's number one. Number two, it's full of entertainment. They said the last 2 hours, because they said number one, you had a breakfast. Normally they will give you a breakfast to land with, and you start to worship your face, and then you start feeling the captain is moving a little bit in control and faster because he is coming to his country. That means he can control the speed, he knows, and so on. So we are trying to control the speed now and coming down to the close. We have the last two presentations. They are last but not least. Now we're going to go to the next presentation. It's got six participants. Professor Taqwa is going to lead this discussion with Professor Amiru from the US. But I want to say one thing here. Two things, actually. One of them, hi, nice to see you, Professor Amiru. I'm really grateful, and wonderful to see people like you engaging in the Sudan discourse and in this development studies. I mean, and I would love, after we finish, we will connect you with our colleague from California, Beverly Anderson, Michael Bosler from Stockton. We've got a lot of fantastic people in the US. 3 or 4 of them actually founder of this organization, and I would love to connect you with them. But when I first learned, or I met, or I learned, or I came to know Professor Taqwa, I learned about her, and this is a good news, not a good news, but it's fantastic to hear about the Sudanese women as well. I heard about her from my colleagues who are leading women empowerment and leading scientists, particularly engineering. University of King Fahd, King Fahd for petroleum. When the vice chancellor came to us in London, he said, we are very proud. We are #1 in the entire world in the number of girls doing engineering. So Professor Taqwa is one of the leading women in Africa. It's not just in Sudan. She's an engineer and she's teaching and she's researching engineering. So across the whole continent, she's a well-known person. I can tell you this. And it's good she's known for a leading professor in engineering in the entire African continent, which is really remarkable achievement. But the second one, which is really pleased me, one day I received a phone call from Sudan a long time ago, and a girl over the phone complaining to me, said, Alam, can you do something? I said, I cannot do anything. I'm just someone trying to use social media to help his country. She said, my professor published my work without even including me. I remember this. It's not nice to talk about the negative. I don't want to talk about negative here. But comparing that, when Professor Taqwa submitted the paper with Professor Ramiro, I read the article, there are 4 students in that paper. And she said to me, Alam, I always want to bring them. So you see them there. He said to me, they help in the work in Sudan. And she will talk about them, I'm sure, better than me. But this is really how you mentor your young students. It's not just mentoring them by teaching them. Teaching is very little of us as academics. But people, the students, they learn from our behavior. And I always say to the youngest, you need to watch me how I present, how I talk. If you like my lecture, not because of the content, but the way I talk. If my voice is loud, you need to learn how you bring down your voices. And I think she's a real mentor. And every talk today, every talk, including the last one, Dr. Shadali, Dr. Izzat, they talked about the role of the youth. And one of the best people I think in Sudan who can really coach the youth in general, not necessarily engineering, is Professor Taqwa. And that's really the very happy news to start with. So Professor Taqwa and Professor Ramiro, the floor is yours. Both of you are co-hosts, so you can start share and you can start talk. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much.
Professor Ramiro.
Please, Taqwa, you lead. I want to say something. Taqwa is a world leader.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's true. She's a visiting scholar with you in New Mexico. Am I right?
Correct.
Excellent.
So,
Professor Ramiro, are you going on to share the presentation?
oh yes, that's a good idea.
Wonderful background, by the way, Professor.
Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, just make it full and we start.
And believe your choice.
There.
Thank you so much, everybody, and good morning to all of you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm very so happy to join this conference. Me and my colleagues and our other colleagues and young professionals, just all of them are here. I'm so very happy to present our something is just done among students and young professionals. It is a rule of community engineering response team. It is, as I said, it's done among students and young professionals. And we know after to rebuild any country, you need first to rebuild the people. And to start with the students and young professionals, I think it will be a good idea. So our presentation is going to talk about catalyzing community-led engineering for sustainable Sudan, the role of community engineering response team. Professor Ramiro, my colleague from University of New Mexico, he's a professor of electrical and electronic engineering in the University of New Mexico. We did this project jointly between Sudan University of Science and Technology and University of New Mexico. Also, our other colleagues are 4 young professionals, and we are going to introduce them and talk about their roles in this project. So, Professor Ramiro, please go on. This is our team, yes, Ali. You know, these 4 are from different engineering disciplines.
And this is one of our main focus to unity, the engineering, all the engineering disciplines in one unit, and just work with them in one projects supporting engineering. So Professor Ramiro, please go on, and Mike is yours.
Thank you. This is the agenda we're going to touch today in this presentation. We make the work, talk about research, challenges, and lessons that we learned, policy recommendation, conclusions, and connections. I'm going to start first with this image. I want to introduce the concept of peace engineering. We organized the first global peace engineering conference in 2018, Mexico. New Mexico is where the biggest labs of the United States are.
Professor Ramiro, I think your voice is a little bit far.
Can you hear me now?
Do you hear him well? I think your voice is a little bit very far.
A little bit, but we can hear him okay. He can carry on.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. So, my university is close to the big labs, Los Alamos, where the A-bomb was invented. This is the birth of Big Science. So we organized the first global peace engineering conference to challenge all the professions, not only engineering, all of the professions, to change their mindset and start collaborating to address global challenges. The big challenge, and has been mentioned today, is trust. We're losing trust. And we have a pretty sad plan. What's challenging today, I mean, Sudan is, war coming out of the war. In the US, we're getting into another war, starting a war. We're going backwards. Science is being defunded. Lies are prevalent. Universities are being challenged. The rule of law is being broken. So, in a nutshell, we have a fascist government. Everything is being destroyed, and we have an undeclared war. SDGs, yes, give us a framework that we can address and start looking. The SDGs are great, but what we need to do is measure. Engineering science is about data, verifiable, trusted data. Data has been mentioned. It's been clear that we need to have data that can be trusted, that we can be accountable. So peace engineering, we force the scientific method. So you have to verify, that data has to verify worldwide. So something that is very unique in peace engineering talked about education. Yes, we need education at all levels. Most importantly, we need education at the individual. It has to start at the family level. You have to start questioning yourself, how much water do you waste? How much trash you generate? Do you waste energy? Do you waste telecommunications? Do you have access to justice? Do you have access to health? Do you have access to finance? Something that we talk in peace engineering is also we learn about finance, the color of money, and metrics for finance. There's no ground truth for the financial world. It's pure speculation. So part of peace engineering is measuring using sensors, physical and social sensors to measure. Having said that, we have to ask our question, what are you going to do about it? And what I put there on the upper right is the doomsday clock. This is the clock a scientist developed after the atomic bomb, how close we are to a nuclear disaster. Never before we have this close because it was happening. So, yes, we want to see the SDGs. We need to have identified that communities shorted basic services. This is true in Sudan. This is true in New Mexico. We had the highest incidence of COVID deaths in the world in New Mexico next to the labs because we didn't have the basic services for communities. This is causing many problems. We believe that engineering is vital for post-conflict recovery, and we need to invest in engineering capacity at all levels. It's not just PhDs, masters, undergrad. We need to bring engineering down to the community. how to solve problems. By doing that, we're encouraging entrepreneurship. We need to train students and others in selective service learning projects, hands-on, in the community, go touch and solve a problem. This is what we're doing here in Mexico. The first peace engineering class, we develop dashboards with the students to educate the public and people that need the homeless, people that can tell them how to get access to health system. This is the motivation that we started in Sudan. This is true everywhere in the world. Everybody needs water. Everybody needs telecommunications. Everybody needs energy. So one of the projects that we did is called WET, Water Energy Telecommunication Kit. Develop put everything in the backpack so the first responders can go to the field and provide basic connectivity. That connectivity can be used for education, for health services, for security, and so this is the project. This is a big problem in not only in Sudan, all over the world. We're generating more solid waste. This is true also. We used the model of the Project ECHO. Project ECHO was developed by my university by a leading expert in hepatitis. He said we need to democratize knowledge. Take the knowledge of all of you, which are experts, move them to the field. Make sure that your knowledge reaches the first responders. This is the model of ECHO. Everybody teaches, everybody learns. It's a hub and spoke approach. So what we want to do is take your knowledge to the field. You cannot have experts visit everybody, but we can take that knowledge of the experts, disseminate it to community. ECHO was started in New Mexico. ECHO now is in 150 countries in the world. This model has been used in the medical, started with the medical community. This model is being used now in engineering and other disciplines. This is a way to, a model that can be used to educate. Education is key. That has been mentioned several times throughout the talk. So, the theoretical framework that we put on basis is engineering. And if you're, I'm sure, lost, puzzled, confused, baffled, unclear, I think peace engineering can help you. Peace engineering, I tell my students is, okay, imagine, design something, create, and those are tools for hope and peace. This is what we want to do. We'll pass it now to Tommy. Tawad, that's his. Can you hear me? You're muted.
Yes, I hear you, Professor. Just go on, please, Nakish.
Can you hear me?
Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so I will try to describe how we implement this community engineering response team. And so I'm going to speak in Arabic, if you don't mind. Professor Ramiro, you know everything I think here. I don't know if there is any other person do not understand Arabic. So بدينا فريق الاستجابة الهندسية المجتمعية أو الاتفاقية كانت بين بروجكت إيكو. طبعا بروجكت إيكو هو يعني زي ما بروفيسور راميرو شرح هو implemented في الميديكال دايركشنز، يعني ناس الطب كانوا بيستخدموه، ونحن حاولنا بقدر الإمكان أن نستخدم نفس الموديل للجانب أو للطلاب في الهندسة. فحصل يعني أي جهة مش ممكن تشتغل لوحدها، فكان الكولابريشن مهم جدا. زي ما قال بروفيسور راميرو نحن مستخدمين إيكو موديل والبيس انجينيرنج as theoretical framework. فبناخد من الإيكو الموديل تبعهم، وهم عندهم منصة اسمها اي ايكو، لما تعمل معاهم اتفاق ويوافقوا على البروجكت ممكن تستخدم المنصة، لأنه الايكو موديل بيتعامل بأنه all teach all learn، وإنه move the knowledge not the people، وبالتالي إحنا ما محتاجين القصة كلها بتكون أونلاين. الاتفاق كان برضو جامعة السودان كانت واحدة من الجهات اللي هي من جامعة السودان. أنا يعني associate professor في جامعة السودان، والشباب ديل اخترنا 4 من different discipline في الانجينيرينج، لأنه نحن عايزين نشتغل ويست مانجمنت. الفكرة العامة كانت في الويست مانجمنت عموما الشباب الطلاب واليونج بروفيشنالز بيتعاملوا معاها، ويمكن السودان أغلب الناس حقيقة بيتعاملوا معاها على إنها هي مشكلة خاصة بناس الانفايرمنتال انجينيرينج ومش الآخرين. I will ask you to go next just a minute. جامعة السودان ال4 شباب ديل اللي هم كو-أوثر سلام في البروجكت معانا في الشابتر. وعندنا برضه منظمة اسمها الاستجابة للتنمية المستدامة، اتعملت مسجلة في أمريكا وفي السودان. فالمنظمة هي مسؤوليتها الأساسية الفند ريزنج، إذا أي بروجكت محتاج فند فور شور، فبالتالي المنظمة ممكن تعمل الحاجة دي بطريقة ليجل. وفور شور نحن محتاجين السودان اللي هي وزارة البيئة للبوليسيز والريجوليشنز من الشغل عموما. Next please. Next slide. Yes. بدينا البروجكت يتوزع ل 2 phases. phase 1 كان capacity building لكل الشباب. الفكرة إنه نعمل engagement أو نجمع كل الطلاب واليونج بروفيشنال من الانجينيرينج ديسيبلينز ونوريهم نديهم جرعة عن الانفايرمنت وبالذات الويست مانجمنت، لأنه إحنا اخترنا والبروجكت على إنه يكون في الويست مانجمنت. فساعدنا في الحاجة دي بروفيسور عصام عبد الماجد، وهو ويل نان في الشغل بتاع البيئة عموما. فساعدنا في إنه نعمل الكوريكولم. هو على الأقل عمل الفيرست درافت، وبعد ذاك في مور سبجكت ماتر اكسبيرتس عملوا انفولفمنت وزادوا لحد ما وصلنا لبرنامج موجود. البروجكت كان لمدة 6 شهور. ال6 شهور الأولى هي ثيوريتيكال، يعني الجانب الثيوري، والميزة الأساسية إنه نحن كنا عايزين نشتغل بطريقة سيستماتيك، والشباب اللي بينضموا للبرنامج يعني يكون هم راقبين في إنهم يكونوا جزء من البرنامج. ما فيش إجبار يعني، لكن اللي جو كلهم هم عندهم رغبة إنهم يعني يعرفوا عن البيئة وتكون بالنسبة لهم محور للحياة. Next professor. Next please. اوكي، برضه كنا عايزين نبني الليدرشيب سكيلز among الستودنتس، ونحاول نشوف اذا في امكانيه انه يكون يطلع منه رواد اعمال. اديناهم حاجه في الديزاين سنتر انتربرينورشيب عموما، فاخذوا سيشنز خاصه بالبرزنتيشن سكيلز، بالاجايل بلاننج والاجايل مايند سيت والاجايل امبلمنتيشن. والحمد لله يعني الاوتبوت كان في عدد من الشباب عندهم رغبه في انهم يكون عندهم their own businesses في الشغل الخاص بالويست مانجمنت. Next please. ده جانب يعني احنا هنا ماخذين بس سكرين شوت من السيشنز الايكو سيشنز. لو ملاحظين زي ما قلت احنا بنستخدم اي ايكو، دي المنصه الخاصه بالبرنامج او بالبروجكت ايكو، وكل الشغل بيكون اونلاين. ما بيفترق كثير من اللي احنا بنعمل فيه حاليا، بس الفرق انه هنا بيكون في just one subject matter expert. بيبدا السيشن بشكل عام بدي حاجه 1 or 2 or 3 slides، وبيكون في ديسكشن من الباقيين، يعني all teach all learn، وما شخصي واحد يعني هو بدي كل الموجود، انما هي اكثر ما تكون هي ديسكشن وكيس ستاديز فيها بشكل اكبر. next please. ديل الكونتريبيوترز اللي كان among 6 months. حاولنا بقدر الامكان لو ملاحظين في 19 subject matter expert متخصصين في الديفرنت aspects بالنسبه للانفايرمنت بشكل عام. في ناس من جامعه نبراسكا، في دكتور شانون جامعه نبراسكا، في بروفيسور راميرو من جامعه نيو مكسيكو، في بروفيسور عثمان عبد الماجد نفسه، في دكتور عفاف قيس من جامعه في عمان، وفي عدد اخر من البروفيسورز الاخرين اللي موجودين داخل السودان ومن خارج السودان. ففتت 16 سبجكت ماتر اكسبيرتس في 5 يونج بروفيشنالز. حاولنا بقدر الامكان اليونج بروفيشنالز يشيروا الديفرنت كيسز اللي هم اشتغلوها في الانفايرمنت بشكل عام، سواء كانت في الجامعات او في مشاريعهم للتخرج وكده. من الليرنرز نفسهم كان في 6 قدموا برضو يعني او leading الدسكشن في سيشنز معينه. حاولنا برضو انه عشان احنا عندنا فكره بتاعت اويرنس للمجتمع وربط العمل ده مع المجتمع بشكل عام، حاولنا نشوف حاجة تكون سلسة وممكن تتقبل لكل الناس. فانفولف الفنان عاصم قرشي، فكان بيعمل يعني زي أغاني صغيرة كده وبسيطة للشباب والchildrens بيقولوها وراه، يعني الأطفال وكده. next please. طيب حاولنا نشوف الامباكت للكباسيتي بيلدينج للست شهور الاولى، لانه البروجكت كله كان مبرمج على انه 6 مانثs يكون كباسيتي بيلدينج ثيوري اللي هو بنستخدم فيه الايكو موديل، وال6 مانثs اللي بعدها تكون براكتيكال والشباب يتعاملوا بيدينهم، يعني يعملوا بروجكت معينه مع الكوميونتي، ويكون في كوميونتي انجيجمنت بشكل كبير. بعد المعرفه بعد ال6 شهور حصل اسسمنت. ايضا الاسسمنت عموما هو برضه من تبع بروجكت ايكو، عندهم سيستماتيك سيرفي بيستخدم فور الميجرمنت بشكل عام. فنحن حاولنا نشوف فيه، ولو لاحظتوا النولج قبل وبعد يعني حصل فيها غزه كبيره جدا، والناس اللي ما كانوا عارفين اي حاجه في الفتره الاولى بعد نهايه البرنامج كان هم يعني عددهم زاد. يعني اللي ما كان عارف اي حاجه بيجوا 0.5 بعد نهايه البرنامج، اللي هو يمكن تقول شخص واحد، وغالبا بيكون شخص جاء في الاخر. واللي حصل لهم امبروفمنت عددهم بنسب كبيره جدا. الحاجه الاجمل برضو التغيير او التغير في المايند سيت عموما للشباب. فهنا انا عامله زي سكرين شوت من داخل الستيشنز، الشباب بيكتبوا يعني بيقولوا ملاحظاتهم وكده، وكيف حصل يعني تغيير بالنسبه لهم. ففي سكرين شوت ده قال انا ذاتي قبل شفت في كميه من الاوساخ، قلت ارميها بعد ما داير ارميها بطريقه عشوائيه. تذكرت انه انا قبل شويه اخذت سيشن في الانفايرمنت وما ممكن اعمل كده، فمشيت عشان اغيره. في واحد بيتكلم على انه يتكلم مع الجيران ويتكلم مع ناس، واللي عملوا برامج في المجتمع بتاعهم، يعني عملوا بدل ما العشوائيه في رمي الاوساخ بقت في سيستماتيك ومناطق معينه وكده في الاحياء. ففي تغيير صراحه في المايند سيت بالنسبه للشباب بشكل عام. اللي حصل لهم اللي دخلوا البرنامج في الاول كانوا 700 شخص، لكن اللي مشوا فيز 2 جست سلكتد 40 شخص عشان اللي هم حضروا اكثر من 80% من البرنامج. Please go next. ففيز 2 زي ما قلت هم 40 جست سلكتد. ال 40 كانوا من different discipline. لو لاحظتوا في الانفايرمنت في ناس السيفل، في البتروليوم، في الووتر ريسورسز، في ناس من الجيولوجيكال انفايرمنت، وفي ناس من الالكتريكال والالكترونيك والبايوميديكال، في من الريفاينر والاكسبلوريشن، وفي ناس من الببليك هيلث، وفي حتى ايفن الالكتريكال والالكترونكس انجينيرنج. كانوا بيمثلوا 8 جامعات سودانيه، اكثرهم كانوا من جامعه السودان، بس في عدد كبير من الأمدرمان يونيفرسيتي، من جامعه الخرطوم في عدد، وفي ناس من جامعه غربي كردفان، جامعه السلام في الجزيره وغيرها. بتمثل 6 ولايات. حاولنا بقدر الامكان طبعا لازم يكون في تمثيل للمراه. فبصراحه كانوا عندنا 25% فقط يعني من ال 40 اللي كانوا مشاركين. المشاركين كانوا فيهم فريش جراديويت وفيهم اندر جراديويت ستودنتس، كلهم موجودين. بتشوفوا النسب هنا، وفي طلاب من الماستر انجينيرنج ستودنتس. الميزه في البرنامج زي ما قلت هي يعني سيستماتيك مبرمج، بحيث انه اي الشباب من البدايه عارفين نفسهم ماشيين من وين وجايين من حيصلوا وين، وكانوا عارفين لازم الميجرمنت. نحن واحده من اللاك بتاعنا ومشاكلنا في السودان في كثير من العمل بيتعمل، لكن للاسف ما بيكون يعني فيه الميجرمنت عندنا فيه مشكله، بالذات الحاجات اللي بتكون امong الستودنت وزي فالنتير، يعني لانه الشغل ده هو فالنتير ما فيه بيمنت لاي شخص كان. next please. طيب اخترنا 4 برامج على انه الشباب ال40 ديل يمشوا فيها للامبلمنتيشن اللي هو شغل بتاع اويرنس بروجرام، ويكون عندهم برزنتيشنز محدد، عندهم زي عمل فور الريوز والريديوز والكلام ده، يعني سيستم برنامج معين ممكن ياخذوه يمشوا بيه للمجتمع عشان يوعوا بيه وعشان يشتركوا المجتمع في الحاجه دي. وفي جروب يمشي في الجانب الخاص بانه يعمل building GIS mapping للسوليد ويست ديسبوزل، بدل ما يكون المنطقه كله حته فيها يعني لا مؤاخذ الفوش موجوده في اي مكان، لا تكون في سيستماتيك وفي طريقه معينه ومسارات محدده. والشباب كده برضه هم هيعملوا كاباسيتي بيلدينج لنفسهم في انهم يتعلموا كيف يعملوا GIS mapping. برضه كان في بايوغاز والسماد اللي هو الانتاج من المخلفات العضويه. وفي شباب مشوا في الاتجاه بتاع البلاستيك ويست. الصور دي هنا الصورة الأولى دي في معرض كانوا بيعملوا زي كان في جامعة السودان كان في جامعة السودان للعلوم والتكنولوجيا في معرض موجود أصلا، وهم كانوا جزء منه مشوا عملوا توعية among the students just for الريوز والديفرنت بروجيكتس بشكل عام. هنا في الصورة تحت الباص دي كانوا مع السودان برضه في تيم اسمه تابع للأطباء اسمه Medical Engineering Response Team، فهم جوينتلي مشوا زاروا منطقة المناقل في الفترة تحت الفلودي وعملوا أخذوا عينات من الموية المهندسين، وديل كانوا عاملين زي كامبس للعلاج والمشاكل الموجودة عموما. الصورة الأخرى دي كلها في منطقة قرية اسمها أبو سير، مشوا للقرية ووقفوا على الويست الموجود فيها، أخذوا عينات، أخذوا مساراتهم المختلفة، كل تيم أخذ الداتا اللي هو محتاج لها بشكل عام، وعملوا توعية لناس القرية نفسهم. حضروا عدد كبير جدا من الناس، أكثر من 150 كانوا البارتيسيبانتس. هنا في الصور دي بيوروا الشباب الأطفال الصغار إنه من البلاستيك ممكن تتعامل معاه كيف، كانوا بيملوه بالرملة وبيعملوا منه زي مصطبة كده للمطر، فدي عملوها فيزيكالي للناس. وفي المعارض برضو بيعملوا يعني بياخدوا بعض النماذج بيعملوا منها يعني كيف how to reuse الحاجات، يعني بالذات للشباب الأطفال الصغار كده. فكانت حاجة يعني احنا شايفين إنه عندها output كويس جدا، وشايفين إنها ممكن يحصل لها ريبليكيشن في عدد من الجوانب الأخرى، في عدد من التخصصات الثانية. ممكن تكون حاجة تعمم بحيث إنها تكون حملة عامة الشباب يمشوا فيها لقدام ويساعدوا المجتمع، يعني تكون زي الشراكة بين المجتمع والكوميونيكيشن بين الديفرنت انجينيرنج ديسيبلينز. ده فيه شغل بتاع مالتي ديسيبلينري، حتى البروجكت نفسه محتاج كل التخصصات، بالتالي ممكن يكون فيه برضه اويرنس عالي جدا بالاس دي جيز، وفيه احساس بالمسؤوليه، والشباب يتضح انهم بيحبوا الشغل اللي بيدينهم بشكل كبير. Back to you, Professor Ramiro. Please continue.
So the challenge in this scale, obviously the application
Prof, I think the sound is breaking.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Better, yeah.
Sorry. So we have several issues that we address with infrastructure, internet access, telecommunications, and something that adds on top of the problems is the logistics. We also find that funding is key part of the decision. How we can find funding, how we can be accountable for the funding that is the risk of funding. In those transportation materials, we can work with a new fabric system. How many straight down to the short transitions. Lessons learned. Blended models. This is the best way to do this. Hands-on, people touching things will become also opportunities. Community participation is critical. I think has addressable today. And we also have to be flexible to adapt. These engineers about complex adaptive systems. We need to couple to strengthen the post-based frameworks. We need to do the scaling certain model across all Sudan, like that. So this is under invitation, all the people that this is teamwork. We need people to work with us. We need to come up with protocols, coordinated waste management, integrate informal waste collectors. There's a lot to be done with waste. We need to establish regional search hubs, so touch the whole country. We need to work with NGOs. We need to expand the active virtual network. We have access to that election in other things, great leaders from the countries, and prepare for conflict in this election. Vote on that. The red kit, we are provide more of that. mainstream engineering education, engineering, very broad. Different decision. So raise that, something that will also today. Have sign with the IEEE Education Society. It's a global handbook for the ECG. Write all of the authors, write about case studies so we can disseminate not only the world. Context is extremely don't do like your job. Context is so I invite you to. So if you need to integrate the ethics, sustainability, something that more than ever need to be the ethics concept. Also verifiable, trusted data. The major threat that the world has is trust. Now it's about AI. A clear example is disinformation is constant. It's about lies, not the truth. So the scientific method needs to be built back. Research, studies, metrics, resiliency, share all of them. I developed a lot of body economics in the past 5 years ago. Why you also teach metrics are be measured in materials, sense, physical, social sensors. The system thinking to address environmental challenges. This is valid. Here. Of course, they with a lot of science reach out to the I'm gonna explain, especially Dr. Ahmed, but I wanna Tala. She's an exceptional. The people that we work with, so there's a lot of people behind the scenes. So there's and then thank you for the invitation. It's an honor. Thank you so much. And second, else you want to tweet. I'm more than happy to face with you. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Amira and Professor Taqwa. Really wonderful. And if you read the feedback there, really wonderful work. And I'll be very happy to connect you with University of Erlanga in Indonesia. They started through the rector, something called World University Association for Community Development. So they're bringing these kind of projects. Fantastic. Any question? Any question for this wonderful presentation? And I really like it because of the community from engaging the youth. Really fantastic. Dr. Taqwa, Dr. Assalamu alaikum. You are in Istijaba organization. You are in Istijaba organization doing great job. If you don't mind, we can arrange between our institution and our NGOs. Okay. Any question to this presentation? ما شاء الله تبارك الله دكتور وصال عالم حقيقي جميل عملك لأنه عمل جماعي ومن البيئة والمزج ما بين الأشياء عالي التحايا. Any question to this wonderful presentation? I think it can be yes. Okay, Dr. Abdul Qadir, unmute and go ahead. Unmute and go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taqwa and Dr. Lamiru, for the great presentation. This work in environment engineering or other names like that are very interesting. And I don't want to have a lot of time, but if you never mind, we can make institutional, multi-institutional work and collaboration with you as our organization, Agricultural Research Corporation, or through NGOs. As I told you that I'm a scout leader and establisher of scouts or troops, technological scouts. They can work with you, with your organizational istijaba in very effective way. We can help our Sudan. We can make together clean environment. We can together do campaigns of cleaning of environments like in hospitals, like in at mosque, at schools, at the roadway. We can do a great job because we as scouts, نحن ككشافة, we have many boys and girls in small ages, and we want to build up their capacity to be good leaders in the future. And we are planting some issues and some values in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll give you the other one, and then you can maybe make a concluding comment together, Dr. Taqwa. Now, I think if you can unmute Dr. Khadmallah Ali Al-Fahal.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Tfaddali.
I'm really proud of you, Prof. Allam, and proud of your conferences that are concerning on both war Sudan, rebuilding, and really I appreciate Prof. Taqwa for this work that is concerning with environment, and I suggest how to do more partnership with NGOs organization, national NGOs organization. We have our organization which is called the Seeds of Creativity and Development. I'm welcome to be with her and to participate with her when I come to Sudan next at Haid. I will be in contact with her if she never mind, and I prepare with her. Our mandate is also concerning environment, school environment, and other community, and we are so proud to work with her.
Okay, tamam. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shukran. Thank you. Maybe one final word, either Professor Taqwa or Professor Ramiro. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're open to collaboration. So,
okay, Taqwa.
Thank you so much. أنا سعيدة جدا حقيقة بإنه الموضوع انترستد. هو بصراحة لسه البروجكت ده يعني ongoing، هو يتعطل بسبب الحرب، لكن لأنه بالذات في الجانب الخاص بالبيس انجينيرنج والشباب يمشوا للفيلد وكده، يعني يا داب بس بدوا زيارات، لكن كل البروجكت لسه ما خلصت. وويلكم أي كولابريشن، بالعكس هو نحن ما حننجح أصلا ما لم يكون في كولابريشن. فدكتور عبد القادر يو ار ويلكم، وأنا سعيدة جدا بإنه يعني ممكن نعمل كوميونيكيشن مع الكشافة، بس مش عارفة كيف أحصل على تليفونك. ممكن في الجروب بتاع الواتساب. دكتورة خادم الله، أنا سعيدة جدا برضو بالمقترح، ونحن سعيدين بأي شراكات وكولابريشن عشان نقدر نواصل ونمشي لقدام. نحن كنا بنتكلم عن 40 شخص فقط، بس بصراحة عايزين البروجكت ده أو في الشابتر كتبنا يعني، وهسه دكتور بروفيسور راميرو قال كيف نعمل له سكيل اب، فنحن بنتكلم على إنه يكون حاجة بتدور كل الشباب السوداني، لأنه لقينا إنه لما تكون الحاجة سيستماتيك ومعروفة الشباب بيحبوها جدا، وبعدين هيحصلوا على الشهادات يعني من البروجكت بعد كل 6 شهور فبياخد شهاده، فبالنسبه له دي كاباسيتي بيلدينج بشكل كبير، وفي نفس الوقت زي بتديهم خبره يعني شهادات بتاعت خبره، فمفيده جدا وبجد بتغير المايند سيت. فنحن ويلكم لاي كولابريشن، وان شاء الله نتواصل معاكم اوف لاين ان شاء الله.
طيب, one thing to mention, yeah, Professor Taqwa, I don't know if you know, the World Association for Sustainable Development has a signed MOU with the Sudan University for Science and Technology. We have 2 MOU with you, by the way. You can easily come back to us. We will be very happy to do it. One of them with the university, I remember, signed by Professor Awad Saad. And the second one, we have an MOU with the Sudan University for Science and Technology on the women and the UNESCO chair for women on science and technology. So these are signed MOUs. Anytime you want any of our help, we'll be very happy, we'll be very delighted, but really wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. So we are grateful. We have to leave it here. And now we're going to go to our last, not least. Where are you, اعتزاز دكتور اعتزاز؟ لأن أنا I'm looking for you كل مرة ما بقدر أحصلك. وين؟ Can you raise your hand? Can you show the hand يا دكتور اعتزاز? We're going to our last, not least. خلاص, we want to come back to the UK. Sayda is here waiting عشان to conclude. Where is اعتزاز? And I cannot see you. Can you show me your hand يا اعتزاز؟ دكتور اعتزاز. دكتورة ممكن تعمل لنا يعني تضغط لنا على اليد عشان نشوفك؟ دكتورة اعتزاز احنا ما شايفينك. ايوه دكتورة اعتزاز محمدين، الحمد لله حصلناك. تمام جدا. طيب يا دكتورة نحن عملناك كو هوست، عملي ميوت يا دكتورة. ودكتورة اعتزاز شكرا لك وعلى صبرك علينا. دكتورة اعتزاز is going to talk to us about rebuilding Sudanese cities in the post-war era, a 5-dimensional recovery model for sustainable reconstruction. سعيدين بك جدا ويا دكتورة اعتزاز ما شاء الله. أنا شفت البرزنتيشن امبارح very nice beautiful presentation. اعتزاز can you unmute؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
عليكم السلام دكتورة. هل في طريقة نشوفك يا دكتورة؟
At the end إن شاء الله.
At the end.
Yes إن شاء الله.
خلاص اوكي تمام، عشان بس الفيديو بصوروا لك. تمام. طيب اتفضل يا دكتورة. Go ahead.
السلام عليكم. Hello everybody and thank you Prof. Alam for the opportunity to speak at this important conference. I am Dr. اعتزاز عبد الرحمن محمداني, Assistant Professor of Architecture and Urban Planning. I'm from Al-Hikma Foundation for Education, for Academic Education, Artificial Intelligence College, USA. And today I will present a strategic framework for rebuilding Sudanese cities after the 2023 conflicts. This approach, called the 5-dimensional recovery model, or 5DER, focuses on sustainable, inclusive, and context-specific urban recovery. Here, a quick overview of the presentation. I will begin with introduction, then goals, explain the methodology, and share the theoretical background, and then walk you through the 5-dimensional model and implementation. And final, I finish with the key takeaway and recommendation. Sudan cities suffer immense damage from 2023, where infrastructure was destroyed, communities fractured, and the economic collapse. In this response, I suggest the concept of 5DER model, integrating digital, socioeconomic, environmental, institutional, and urban recovery dimension. It is strategic, forward-looking roadmap rooted in both local needs and global best practice. The study thus fills a critical gap in both academic and policy discussion. I use 4-part approach for methodology. First, descriptive analysis of post-war condition in Sudanese cities, and then comparative study of global recovery model. I use also case study from Japan to Rwanda, and then at last, I use future foresight to create actionable, locally adaptive strategies. The study have 5 goals. The first, to rebuild city sustainability locally, and then the integrate 5 recovery dimension. Third goal, to turn crisis into an opportunity for innovation. 4, aligned with all SDGs, but it focuses on 9, 11, and 16. And finally, enable community-led development, focused recovery. In the Sudan urban context, when we pass through the time from the independence and post-independence, we find that Sudan's cities are shaped by colonial legacies, incomplete planning after or post-independent regarding to the political instability and conflicts also. And after 1980, there is a severe drought, and many citizens displaced their home to Khartoum, and that shows the Khartoum is the prime city, or it is the biggest city in the Sudan, because there is no balanced distribution between the Khartoum and other city. If we look in the figure 4, we can show that Khartoum state is the biggest in the population size rather than other state in Sudan. And if we look in the city function and urban distribution at figure 2, we saw that there is no variety between the function or the function not according to the historical and sociocultural economic, or not regarding to the sources. These conditions from the starting point for the recovery model. Here we talk about multidimensional challenges of post-war construction. Sudan faces 5 overlapping crises. The first one is economic challenges, and we see that displacement and local market, and many informal economic activities were appear in Sudan. The second social challenge, we say that massive displacement has created a humanitarian crisis, and the third challenge is environmental challenges, especially in Darfur and Al Jazeera. There is deforestation and soil erosion and water pollution and so on. Also, institutional challenges, and at the last, the urban challenges. All these dimensions address together the framework of 5 there. Here in this slide, global example, we take global example. I take 10 countries and 10 models from Japan in post-war 2 and Marshall Plan, and then we pass through Cold War era and post-Cold era, Rwanda, and at the last in 2021 century, Middle East countries. We find that in post-war II, the framework of this model focus on infrastructure, economic revival, and demography. While after post-Cold War, there is an international organization led this frame as World Bank and so on. And 2021, United Habitat and non-governmental organization work on the recovery framework. The context and rationale about this framework, we find that the traditional reconstruction approach focus on rebuilding physical structure, while the modern reconstruction focus in economic and infrastructure recovery, social development. The holistic framework of the 5 interconnected pillars for sustainable recovery. These pillars are digital transformation, socioeconomic revitalization, environmental recovery, institutional recovery, and urban recovery. Each pillar link together and align to SDGs. Okay. The result is localized multi-dimensional roadmap for rebuilding flexibility, and it can be flexible to develop and to apply globally. 5 there principle. There is 5 principle starting with adaptability. It is flexible approach, inclusivity. Also, it is sustainability. The framework also is integration and connected all dimensions to give comprehensive recovery. And finally, human-centered focus approach. The 5 there at all build back better tailored intervention to Sudan cities. The 5 there recovery model, we talk that content of 5 dimensions. Here, the relation between the 5 dimensions, we find that each pillar connected to other and complete them, and each of them align to more than 1 SDGs, or it covers almost all the SDGs 2030. Okay. Here in this table, we talk about integrating the cultural dimension into the 5 DERM. Cultural is a very important issue. It integrated with all these dimensions. For example, here in the digital recovery, design e-government tool in local language, and this appear in also I take example of application in Rwanda. They use a platform to fostering memory, digital memory, and so on. Okay. And for the urban recovery, we have a lesson in Lebanon post-war Beirut. We find that they erasing the traditional urban character. Here in this table, I talk about the framework for the post-conflict recovery. This is the 10 model that used in 10 countries. One of them, city resilience approach framework. We compare between a methodology that used in 5 DERM, main dimension, and the advantage, what challenges that in this model, and the limitation why you cannot use this framework in Sudan. And finally, the relevant 5 dimension, we find that there is maybe 2 or 3 pillar in similar to city resilient approach framework. I complete the study by covering all. Okay. I use not only the case of where condition, also there is 3 cases cover other disaster, as like earthquake in Japan and flood. Also here, for example, urban recovery framework, URF. It is urban specific integrated recovery. Well, main dimension, look for housing services and govern infrastructure. A limitation, urban bias risk. This use in Syria urban planning via UN Habitat from 2060 ongoing now. Relevant to urban institutional and socio-economic to 5 there. We talk about digital transformation and recovery as a pillar number 1. We know that communication not only for digital, not only for or a technology, not only for communication, also it for helping in my life. If we use digital transformation as data driving planning for remote sensing for environmental assessment and scenario testing for resilient design, that is to support reconstruction, priorities, and resource allocation. Also, developing digital platform for transparent government and public services delivery that rebuild trust between citizen and authority. Also, we need e-government solution and platform for feedback mechanism or for tracking recovery, and so on. Smart urban services, also integration to technology to integrating technology into urban services management to improve efficiently, as like smart water distribution and monitoring, and so on. The second dimension is socioeconomic revitalization. In the economic recovery strategy, this includes job creation and support small business, social healing, and youth engagement. It is vital to restore both income and community trust. Also in social cohesion building, trauma healing program and cultural heritage restoration monitoring, it is very important to reconstruct it. About environmental recovery, the assessment and restore an ecosystem rehabilitation and climate resilience infrastructure. It is very important, and also to create green job and protect resource. Also apply traditional and ecological knowledge. Here, institutional recovery dimension. This includes a legal reform, civil services, and inclusive governance, strong donor coordination between institutional, and that must be trust and capable. Okay. The last dimension, urban recovery. Here is the satellite figure. Take a part of Khartoum. It represents the amount of damage that appear in the map. Urban planning should be inclusive and strategic. Rebuild infrastructure with local input and long-term goals in mind to ensuring resilience and equity. About the phase approach and integrated recovery involved in stage. This stage started. This stage started from assessment and analysis, damage mapping and need assessment, and after that we upgrade through this stair. The second stage is planning and resource management, strategic framework development, and the third, implementation and rehabilitation to rebuilding key infrastructure and housing, and the fourth, stability and resilience building. At the last, we hope to transforming our city into sustainable. This last long-term development. I hope to align to Sudan Vision 2055. For implementation, these strategies, engagement, government, community leader, and non-government organization and donor in coordinated recovery efforts. That it means the plan must be inclusive. Also use data and monitoring by using digital tool and track progress. Also, and adapt plan through a dashboard and surveys. Align with national framework to ensure a project to support Sudan development goals, and fostering a partnership if it's public or private, collaboration and international aid to mobilization resource and expertise. We conclude that the five-term comprehensive framework, it is evaluating global model, promoting innovation solution, it is integrate mitigation, also it is a digital planning and sustainability, and at last to give resilience and sustainable city. Finally, this is the recommendation. First, the model must be, or the framework of the model that used in reconstruction must be multidimensional, addressing social, economic, environmental, digital, and urban need in parallel. Also integrating planning and cross-sector coordinating and essential to manage these challenges effectively. The second, the local community are vital to success this reconstruction model. Third, phase recovery process is the key. We need to monitor it with the long-term goals and ensure a transition. Plan should be include clear and take the timeline. Also adapting the financial and progress token mechanism. Here, this is a poster. just I keep silent and want you to. Okay, this is a visual summary of the 5 DERMO model. It captures the 5 core recovery dimensions and they are connected to each other. I have a link. I would like to open it. Okay, but maybe I use it after finish the presentation. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to contact me via our email or my email. Okay, let me end with this thought. Rebuilding cities is not about rebuilding buildings. It is about reviving the soul that inhabit them. Any question, you are welcome, and thank you again. I want to share the link to explain all the pillar dimension, okay? I escape and share another.
في سلايد ثانية ولا في واحدة ثانية؟
لا, just I want to share لا in the internet, the link. Okay, just. Okay. Okay. Here. This is the 5. Here is the 5 pillar of the framework. Okay. Socioeconomic, environmental, institutional, and digital, and urban. In the urban also, I complete my vision regarding to the all sector in element, for example, agriculture sector, okay, institutional sector, and so on, as an housing, sustainable housing researcher. Also, I complete the affordable and resilience design to displacement housing and sustainable social housing. And I wish to have another chance to complete my vision, inshallah. Also, I want to say you can find here, I participate in this book, and I wrote a chapter about reimagining Sudanese cities post-war, challenges and opportunities. I hope to read it also. It is free downloaded, located in Read platform, and I will share to you this link. Thank you and welcome to any question. Thank you for all. I'm so sorry if my voice not clear regarding to cover attract. So I'm so sorry. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا يا دكتور. Thank you very much, دكتورة. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. Wonderful presentation. And I think we have I think there's a question here. Let me see it quickly. He said, I'd like to ask if there is a unique and distinctive Sudanese architectural identity. Because last week, Dictora, we had a well-known architect, Sir Al-Hussein, one of the things, the question she's been asked about rebuilding Sudan, we have to rebuild it, having in mind the identity of the architecture. So what do you think of this question? There's a question here for you about, I don't know if you read it here with me. I would like to ask if there's a unique and distinctive Sudanese architecture identity. Do we have?
Yes, culture is very important issue. It is integrated to all this pillar or dimension. Regarding to the urban recovery, it is most important to reconstruct our city to respect the local identity, architecture traditional and community norm. And we told about the failure experience as like Lebanon, post where Beirut, it is rising the traditional urban characters. Also, there is a successful example in Warsaw. They use the architecture identity when they rebuild again their city. This is very good if we do not forget the local identity or architecture traditional. We must do this, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. So we give, I remember before you also have your hand up, Rihabuddin Abdullah, unmute and speak. Unmute, Rihabuddin Abdullah.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
Rihabuddin Abdullah from Dubai. I'm right now a student who's into pursuing my PhD in the impact of digital transformation and AI relativity, and right now for the past 1.5 years doing that. And actually, I would like to thank you, first of all, Dr. Allam, and all the organizers for this great effort that is being done, and it's been going on. Last time I missed the chance to attend the first session. Before I leave, I have another class. That's why I just want to put a small POV on what's going on here, and to take it as a closing note to my attendance. So part of what I can see, there's a great initiative, there's a great effort is being put in here in this consortium. And this can lead to lots of initiatives that can build the post-war Sudan. But at the same time, I was really not, but let me put it this way. I was hoping that I could see more of a digital transformation initiatives and into the technology infrastructure, because now it's the main pillar that everything can be moved. It can be moved through technology, starting from agri-tech. We are an agricultural country, agri-tech, prop tech, and all the tech that's been applied now. And as I'm sitting, or where I'm sitting right now, I can see lots of movement in that arena. Last week, I've been attending a couple of forums in Addis Ababa, the economic forum, and there was lots of government, lots of regulatories, and lots of framework organizers, strategic thinkers are there in that. After that, also I attended ethics. So the entire world is going towards digital. So just my small point, and as an initiative, I would everyone who's I'm really considering or what they are doing right now, they should consider the heart of what they're doing. They should consider the digital transformation, setting up the process of where all the technology can happen. Because I will not say, believe me or trust me, this is where everything is going. I guess everyone will agree with me on that. So the entire world now is moving towards digital transformation and AI, which is now already started, so we cannot be eliminated out of that. And I feel we are in a good stage where we can start all of these initiatives, but it has to be technology infrastructure, technology based, and it has to be visions in such a way that is all the technology to be considered as part of this development. I would like to thank you very much, Dr. Allam, for this opportunity, and to thank all the audience, and to thank everyone who's here, and for the great contribution. And I hope that, I will be an added value in the future to this consortium, hoping that, if I needed anything on my PhD, I will definitely come to these groups so they can help me, because I'm doing my research right now. So thank you once again, and I hope to see you next on a next session. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Allam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahabaddin. I agree with you a million times, not 100 times. And we mentioned this last week, and we keep mentioning it. The whole world, yesterday, my lecture was about digital marketing, and we talked about how important. It's definitely agree with you 100%. And in the first rebuilding conference, we had the speaker who is the ICT AI advisor for the president or the prime minister of Iraq. He likes Sudanese, and he said, he's a distinguished professor here, and he said our advice to the Iraq when we went to rebuild Iraq, we said to them, anything should be digital, anything should be AI, anything. So people teaching agriculture, you will say to them, it has to be smart agriculture. People teaching in health, it has to be digital health, everything. So I agree with you 100%. Yes, of course, we would like you to add. Please go, Ya Rahabaddin, and upload your detail in our SDGs, who is who, so we can actually reach out to you. Yes, we are very much, anything you need, please get in touch with us. We will give the last question to Dr. Maha from the National Research Center. Yes, go ahead, yeah, Dr. Ask your question.
I want to inquire about the fact that during this war, Sudanese buildings were destroyed by a strike of drones and other weapons. I want to inquire what is the vision in the future to reconstruct our building, considering this fact, how to avoid strikes like this, to protect our buildings in the future infrastructure.
والله good question. ما أعرف دكتور اعتزاز, is this something in your area you can answer?
Yes, just I'm not with you at that time. You asked about how to.
He said this drone which destroyed
Yes.
our buildings. Is there anything in the future we can do to avoid these drones hitting us?
There is this regarding to the innovation. If we want to protect, to use some material to protect any defect, you can do this. يعني it is flexible, but we need innovation regarding to this point.
Tamam. Thank you very much, Dr. Ihtizaz. We are very grateful. You were our last, at least, speaker. Okay. I would like to conclude. We have two things to finish up, but before that, we keep repeating this. I repeated this myself many, many times, not just for the Sudanese, but for everyone. Tony Blair, who is the prime minister of this country, elected 3 times. So by democracy, he came 3 times, 4 years, and the 3rd one. So people loved him. Whether I like him or not, he was loved. He was elected 3 times. He said this in the biotechnology conference at Oxford University: no progress in our economy without science, full stop. And the second person, Bill Clinton, when America was leading the whole world, America at that time, they said to him, what makes America great? He said, technology and education. So we can't ignore these 2 things. Without science and technology, we cannot go anywhere. And one thing I just remember when I keep, well, we are very grateful to all of you, of course, but Abdelgadir, because you keep reminding me with the Bihus. Can you believe in 1992, I said that in the Friendship Hall. I said that in 2019 in front of Manis, everyone, and I showed them the picture. In 1992, at that time, the Director General of an Agriculture Research Corporation was Professor Usman Ahmed Ali Ajib. And this ARC, where Dr. Abdelgadir is sitting now, was a top scientific center worldwide. And they attracted CIMIT, I remember one of these big organizations, to hold the International Wheat Conference. Imagine this is a top prestigious conference worldwide, was hosted in Wad Medani, in the same place where Dr. Abdelgadir is sitting, and more importantly, the keynote speaker was a Nobel laureate, Professor Norman Borlaug. Professor Norman Borlaug, I met him in Medani, 1992, in agriculture. Imagine, can you feel why I am raising my voice here? Because there is not, I don't know how to explain it. That place attracted keynote speaker, who is the Nobel laureate. You know, Professor Norman Borlaug is the one who brought to the world something called Green Revolution. And the statement he said when he got the Nobel Prize, he said, we need the following, because he's the one who advocated for science. He said, number one, we need venturous scientists who can make their case with political leaders. So now we have a political leader, a prime minister with his government. Scientists, like all those people, fantastic people, make their case. That's what he said, not me. Make their case with political leaders. For what? For science and technology. And secondly, he said, we should go back and look to what is already being done. Agricultural Research Corporation have done a lot of work, the National Center and so on. The work is being done, not just to jump to new things. And I would like to conclude here. I have visited the National Research Center. Sorry, Dr. Amaha, and sorry, Dr. Sarah, please don't take me wrong here. This place before the war was desperate for funding, was desperate for refurbishment. It's broken apart at that time. Imagine the National Research Center of the country is almost about to fall down. So I hope the new Prime Minister and the new government should give science and technology the top priority, because without those people, we can go nowhere. Without people like in the National Research Center, in the University of Khartoum, Agricultural Research University of all these universities. Please, whatever comes to this, to take us on this rebuilding journey, please, science and technology first, education first, schools. This is our top priority. I need to conclude, but before that, we have two things, because we're already over time, by the way. I'm going to invite, the next conference is next week, but it's not Saturday. We moved it from Saturday to Friday. The next week is all about the role of youth, the young generations. You all talked about them. Juliet, in her PhD about them, she put it in her conclusion, the role of the youth, the young generations. And we had a lot of video on this. I don't want to waste your time. Everyone believes this young generation should be leading this sustainable development. When it came to 1984, the Brundtland report, she said to the United Nations, we should take care of the environment now, of everything, because of the future generations. So it's all about them. So I'm very glad. I'm going to introduce one of our youth here. She and Lena, I hope Lena also can show up here. They are now leading the conference next week. Yes, of course, my name is there, I am there, but they are leading it. They have built fantastic conference. I will not talk about it next week, but this next week is going to be double, face-to-face in London and live to those across the world to see it. And I already told them, once we confirm the live, we will connect the young generations from Kordofan, Darfur, Madani, to join these young generations here in London face-to-face. Now I'm going to stop. Saida is one of the organizer of next week, okay? Saida, the floor is yours. Introduce yourself because we are very proud of you. Go ahead, ya Saida.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. And assalamu alaikum again. My name is Saida, an entrepreneurship graduate from Westminster. I'm currently based in London, and I'd like to firstly thank Professor Allam for this opportunity and to let the public know of our upcoming conference called Rebuilding Sudan After the War for the Youth by the Youth. It is held in London on the 30th of this month, taking place in the prestigious University of Queen Mary in collaboration with WASD, Sudan Knowledge, King's College Sudanese Society, and Queen Mary Sudanese Society. This conference brings together youth's perspectives, professional minds, in order to shape the future of our country. We'd like for professionals like yourself to honor us in this conference and assist us in gaining more knowledge and mentorship opportunities. This would be a wonderful occasion to come together and build Sudan where youth perspectives are heard and the donors of leadership. Today's topics in the conference will be ranging on youth and politics, educational opportunities, soft power, human rights, and many more crucial points to be discussed. So join us for this meaningful conversation and hope we all have the opportunity to learn from one another. Since this is a face-to-face event, I'd like to mention that this conference will also be live streamed if anyone can't physically make it. So we hope to all see you there and join online. Thank you very much.
Now, Saida didn't mention, she mentioned she's been very humble. Saida graduated with distinction, and distinction in the UK in the social science is very difficult. I'm not exaggerating this because I teach in a business school, but I can tell you this for fact. To get a distinction in engineering or science or medicine is slightly easier in the UK than the business and management, because you need to score really, because in business and management we teach theories, concept, but these are the speakers. She got distinction, so she's a very bright student. This our speaker next week, Sheikh Babikir, one of the leading scholars across the whole world. He loves by all young across this country, British, Pakistani, Saudi, Sudanese, African, Nigerian. He's become like a role model for the young generations. And then you have Lina Abu Qasim. Lina is a Sudanese, went to University of Oxford with the top A-level class. She went to study medicine. She graduated with distinction, and she's now doing her master in global health at University College London. Muhammad Makawi is a counselor, is a politician elected in Bristol. He advocates for the young generations to lead in terms of government. And then you have Dima Ibrahim, a young year 2 in King's College. She's going to talk about how we build Sudan by ourselves, not depending on others. All yours perspective. Razan Ashazali, a graduate of Cambridge University, doing her master now in London School of Economics. Lina, our second year, a bright student. I give you a story about Lina. We went to the United Nations last year. She was in year 1, just going to year 2, just young. And we surprised her at the United Nations to stand up and to sit down in a chair to co-moderate a session at the United Nations table. She didn't say, oh, Alam, how? You didn't tell me, or this is difficult. She didn't say that. She sat down in a seat. You need 50 years or something plus like me to sit there. You need to have done it. Young generations, she's doing international relations. You're going to talk about soft power. And then you got Saida herself. She's going to talk about human rights. And then you have Dina Abdul Ghaffar. She's an economist. She graduated here. She teaches economics. And then you have many, many people. But what I'm really encouraging you, particularly the young generations, if you are in London, it will be very, I don't know how you can, how can you afford not to attend it? I really encourage you. The problem is the place is very limited because it is face-to-face. That's number one. Number two, all those young generations in France, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Holland, in Amsterdam, I think it's a good opportunity. Take the train, come to us, meet people like Saida. All of them are going to be young generations. I really think this is an opportunity for all those, particularly these 3 countries, France, Belgium, Netherlands, and also Germany, because it's a train. So where is Hunud El-Hadi? Encourage the young generation in France to come and meet these young Sudanese generations. Those in Amsterdam, fantastic trip, 4 hours from Amsterdam, have fun, come here. And I tell you one thing you can do. It happened before, by the way, in one of our students in East London, I remember. When you come to London, you don't need to look for accommodation. Choose any of these young generations and go and stay with them. Yes, on behalf of them, I am pretty sure they're all going to accommodate you. Meet your other Sudanese. Really, really take that opportunity. So those from France, Germany, Holland in particular, please come to us. Come and meet these students. This is Friday. For the old, I don't want to call you old because I'm one of you. Try to help them. Encourage your son, daughters to come to this conference. And to finish up, I think it's going to be fantastic. And I can tell you this, every single time I listen to Sheikh Babikir, even he was invited at Queen Mary University Medical School to work with our professor, our director, Professor Farida Fortune, to try to talk. This is a great man. His speeches are always, and the problem is he made connection. This man, he got a magnetic connection. If he speaks, I have never seen him speaks, and mashallah, the audience do not come and close him. So as an opportunity, face-to-face, anyone want to help, please. And for the Sudanese family, and those particularly who are doing business, restaurants in London. If you want to support them in food, they would like to offer lunch with the Sudanese food, please go ahead, contact them, Lina or Saida, offer them anything. If you are a restaurant, you want to give them food, you are welcome. We will welcome donation. If you would like to support them, please do. These are all young, our kids, these are young people, by the way, 2019, but fantastic, bright minds. We will do our best. It will be recorded, and many people now are looking forward. I think this is Friday, 3 o'clock, which is after Salah, and then we go to. Now we want to finish, and just to finish, I think all of you, now I want to switch, if you don't mind me, those in English and Arabic. Last week, last 2 weeks, كلنا سمعنا بخبر وفاة أحد الفنانين السودانيين. أنا حخليكم تشوفوه تسمعوا عنه هم. لكن الفنان ده يا جماعة رحمة الله عليه وربنا يتقبله ويرحمه ويغفر له ويدخل الجنة. عندنا قصة مهمة جدا معاه. قبل ما نشغل الفيديو ده بس 1 سكند قبل ما نشغل الفيديو ده، زمان لما بدينا نعمل الفيديوهات وبدأوا يجونا الناس الشغالين يساعدونا في الفيديوهات غير السودانيين معظمهم كانوا ما بيعرفوا عربي. في آخر الفيديو بيستعملوا موسيقى يختموا بها الفيديو. قال لي يا علام ادينا حاجة سودانية نختم بها الفيديوهات السودانية بتاعتكم دي. وقمنا عملنا نحن أي شيء بنعمله أوبن. عملنا في الفيسبوك قلنا يا جماعة يا سودانيين نحن المشروع ده عشان السودان، اقترحوا لنا أغنية يقطعوا منا يختموا بها. انا طبعا بقيت خلاص انا بقى خلاص البيزنس مانجمنت دخل لي درجه بتاع فيديو بعدنا. ففي حته مهمه هنا اللي هي بيستعملوها. قاموا الغالبيه رشحوا لنا الاغنيه اللي حتشوفوها وبقت هي بنستخدمها في كل نهايه فيديوهات سودان نولج. بس الفيديوهات الليله دي حتشوفوها حتنتهي بالاغنيه بتاعته. لما مشينا السودان 2019 في مؤتمر التنميه الذكيه مع حكومه الثوره الانتقاليه والدكتور منيس وكلهم، في الغاء لما ختمنا المؤتمر وديناهم التوصيات، ونتمنى التوصيات دي يا دكتور اسمه منه هو كامل ادريس، اول حاجه ارجع للتوصيات دي كتبوها قريبا 200 شخص فيهم 47 جو من برا، 47 جو هناك مش السودان، بروفيسور باني وكميه كلنا مشينا. التوصيات دي قاعده كان دايره من الدقله قاعده هنا شيله بس طبقوها لانه ما طبقت ايام الثوره للاسف. خلاصه الموضوع في اخر يوم دايرين نودعوا الراجعين لندن واشيل الامارات وامريكا، قلنا له يا جماعه عندنا والله نفسنا نقابل الفنان ده لانه الزول ده احنا ما بنعرفه ما قابلناه، وبنستعمل في الاغنيه بتاعته في كل فيديوهاتنا، كل فيديوهات السودان نولج نهايتها بالاغنيه بتاعته. سبحان الله ما قابلناه ولحد ما يتوفى سبحان الله ما قابلناه. نترحم عليه ونتمنى ربنا سبحانه وتعالى يرحمه ويدخله الجنه وكل شروح ما فقدناه في الفتره الاخيره دي. لكن نتمنى صادقين ان اسرته تتواصل معنا لانه صراحه اصبح لصيق جدا بيننا. وانا حوقف هنا واخونا عبد الله ناس الميزاب دي عملوا شغل فانتاستيك. هشغل لنا نهايه المؤتمر كنا عملناها هناك لما نحن قلنا طلبنا منه يتفضل يا عبد الله تفضل. ونتمنى يا جماعه تجيبوا لنا الفنان ده قبل ما نمشي ما شفنا بعيننا والله. دي اختاروها السودانيين زمان خليها الدول تذكروه احنا ما شفناه. اختاروا الناس في الفيسبوك كل فيديوهات بلادنا ويا ريت تشوفوا كل مساجد يا جماعه. شكرا لكم.
طيب شكرا جزيلا الاعمال خواتيم ولعله نشهد عنك الاخرين بهذا الحجم وهذا المستوى دلاله على نجاحنا كلنا كسودانيين. بس انا والله سعيد 17 محور عدد من التوصيات جهد كبير جدا. نحن سعيدين. هو الرجل
كل فيديوهات السودان نولج بتنتهي بالاغنيه بتاعتها كلها كل فيديوهات. ان اسرتي تتواصل معانا والله صراحه
بنحلم بزمن اجمل بلاد ميلاد بنحلم بفضاء وسع بنحلم بزمن اجمل بلاد
نتمنى ربنا سبحانه وتعالى يتقبله في عليين ويرحمه. والله كنا نتمنى، انا شخصيا بيرسون كنت اتمنى اشوفه لو من اخر مشينا الله ما اراد لنا، لكن نتمنى ربنا سبحانه وتعالى يتقبله والغنيه دي اختار الشعب السوداني، والله ما اخترنا لكن الغنيه معبره فعلا، ده هو اللي بنحلم به. يا جماعه احنا اسفين جدا الليله اخذنا ساعه زياده على وقتنا، لكن والله ما بقدر كنت اقطع الناس دي والله يا جماعه، لانه حصلت لي قبل كده، رسل لي واحد من البحرين قال لي يا اخي انا الفيديو ده عجبني جدا في الغاء دي ذاته، كل ما انا بتكلم بقول لهم يا جماعه والله نبهوني للوقت، كان في قاعدين لي كده يشيلوا لي الورقه يقول لي يا علام الوقت قال لي انا نفسي اعرف انبهك كان اقطع الكلمه منه، فانا خفت والله. يعني قبل الهادي ما كان ممكن اقطعه، الهادي ده قال كلام فانتاستيك، لو كنت قطعت كلمته دي كان اسعى شكلوني. فيا جماعه انا بشيل، انا والله متحمل بشيل اللوم كله، لكن لمصلحتكم والله، مصلحه الشعب السوداني ومصلحه المؤتمر ده، ما بنقطع زول والله. لكن اتمنى المره الجايه كل مره نحاول نصلح. في ناس يتكلموا اكثر من 15 دقيقه، احنا ثابتين على 15 دقيقه. نشكركم ونودعكم يا جماعه، شكرا لكم، وشكر خاص للمهندس عبد الله من مكتبه الميزاب الرقميه، ونتمنى وزير التربيه والتعليم العالي السوداني كان الحالي ولا غيره ما بعرف، انا ما بدخل في السياسه، يتمنى يتواصل مع المكتبه دي ويوروا بيعملوا في شنو، لانه قدموا حاجات هتخدم الجامعات. الناس اللي تعبوا تعب ما عادي والله، ما حصل ما قصروا معانا، بيعملوا في شغل جبار بيخدموا به كل الجامعات السودانيه. اتمنى يا سعاده وزير التعليم العالي او القادم مكتبه الميزاب دي تستفيد منها، جاهزين بس جابوا الداتا بيز وغيره وغيره. نودعكم يا جماعه، بنشكركم كلهم والله. دايركم يا جماعه في النهايه، الداير يصفق بيده يصفق، والداير يصفق لنا بعلامه السوشيال ميديا اللي يدينا اللي بيعملوا ديل. الناس ديل انا باكد لكم قدموا فانتاستيك كونتريبيوشن والله العظيم. اي هاف نيفر بين براود بالناس دي كلهم اللي قدامكم دي كلهم، اي ورقه اي برزنتيشن سمعتوه عنده جابتر قاعد بيوراه والله العظيم، برسلوا لهم يا اخي ذاته عقدتونا والله انا تعقدت منكم يا عزت ويا شاذلي ويا ترسل الديدلاين. اول مره السودانيين ما يفوتوا الديدلاين والله حيرونا. وهنود ده اسمه الهادي ده قلنا الحاجه تقول له دايره يجيب لك قبل الديدلاين. يعني ما شاء الله في تلاحم وفي كوميتمنت من القدامي ديل، والله انا اللي بعرفهم فيهم بالحساب، اللي قابلتهم بعينيتي بالحساب، وفي القاعدين الليله ديل ما قابلت زوزات والله ما حصل يعني، لكن بعرفهم. اي والله قابلت بس عزت ده في السودان اذا ما مره نبهني، لكن والله العظيم your contribution is very valuable. وكمان الجابترات اللي حتطلع دي حتكون extremely valuable وحتنشر منها اوراق علميه، والله يوفقكم. وشكرا لكم والله. I'm really grateful on a personal level on an institutional level. شكرا لكم كلكم والله، دكتوره مها، دكتوره دغوه، شاذلي، هنود، عبد القادر، عزت، اعتزاز، ثاني منه يحيى، كل الناس اللي شاركوا ديل شكرا لكم والله. الناس ديل عملوا الورقه وعملوا برزنتيشنهم، ما قصروا معانا نهائي وما قصروا مع السودان نهائي، وده هو المحميه فيكم. يلا يا جماعه السلام عليكم في رعايه الله. نودعكم يا صفقوا للناس ديل والله يا جماعه يستاهلوا والله يا اخي، والله كلهم يستاهلوا جد يعني، قدموا ما خلوا حاجه والله. اي
صورة جماعية يا بروف.
يلا مع السلامه، يلا يا دكتور، يلا يا كلكم في امان الله يا جماعه. خلاص هنوقف بعد ده ونودي على الناس اللي بيشاركوا فينا من برا يا جماعه، معانا من برا في الفيسبوك وكل السوشيال ميديا. الناس اللي برا اضعف الايمان شيروا الفيديوهات دي، الفيديوهات دي حتتقطع وحتتخطى زي ما حصل الاسبوع اللي فات، كلها هسه موجوده. عليكم الله يذول يمر عليه فيديو من الفيديوهات اللي هي 15 دقيقه بنقطع الفيديو بس، شيروها لطلباتكم لزملائكم عشان ذاته نرفع من المحتوى الايجابي في السوشيال ميديا اللي هي فيها اشياء بطاله يعني صراحه. في امان الله، ونشوفكم الاسبوع الجاي لنا يوم الجمعه، مرحب بهم. والما جاي لنا يوم الجمعه نشوفكم بعد العيد، لانه ما في طريق العيد جاي طبعا، هذا الضحيه ده هو عيد في النهايه يا جماعه، ونتمنى السنه دي يكون ذاته فرحه. نشوفكم يوم 14، عندكم ناس كثيرين جايين لكم بقاضي مدراء جامعات وبروفيسورات وغيره. في امان الله، السلام عليكم يا جماعه.